2023 planning and work session of the North Carolina State Board of Education. I'm Eric Davis, chair of the board. I'm delighted to welcome you to this meeting. We got off to a good start yesterday with some work around reviewing the Teacher Working Conditions Survey and Recovery of Practitioners Network, as well as reviewing our dashboard and the data that supports our efforts on behalf of our public school students in North Carolina. Thank you for joining us today. We're looking forward to an equally productive day today, and we're going to start off by recognizing, more than a productive group, an inspirational group, the Northeast Regional Teacher Leadership Council. This collaborative, which is facilitated by Mrs. Casey Schulte and Mr. Clinton Todd, is comprised of the 2023 and 2024 Regional District Teachers of the Year. Together they form a professional learning community that works together to advocate for regional issues. And this group has tripled in size recently with the assistance and support of Julie Pittman, the Special Advisor for Teacher Engagement. I tell you, there's some great work being done all over our state, but perhaps none better than right here in the Northeast region. And this group of teachers sacrifices their own time, energy, and efforts to improve their own skills as well as what others can do in support of our teachers. It's just a great example of the terrific things happening all over our state because of our teachers. Would you join me in celebrating the Northeast Regional Teacher Leadership Council? Please stand. And I know you have a full day of work ahead of you. Casey's already told me to get out of your way quickly, but I understand for some reason you want to make a picture with us. So we'll indulge you. Ruben, you want to direct us? So if we could, the board advisors could move to the back of the room and follow Ruben. addition to the terrific teachers of the Northeast Regional Teacher Leadership Council, we're also joined today by some of our frontline leaders, particularly superintendents from districts across the state. So today and tomorrow we expect to have a large number of superintendents joining us, and we'd love to celebrate you now. So if you could please stand when I call your name and remain standing. Dr. Rosa Atkins from the Northampton County Schools in District 1. Dr. Michael Bracey, Interim Superintendent of Camden County Schools. Mr. Matthew Cheeseman, Beaufort County Schools. Dr. Nakaya Hardy, Lexington City Schools. Dr. Ethan Linker from Pitt County Schools that we're sitting in today. Dr. Chris Mansfield, the Northeast RESA Director. Dr. Diane Meadows, Columbus County Schools. Dr. Rob Jackson from Buncombe County Schools. Dr. Travis Reeves from Surrey County Schools. Dr. Karen Roseborough, Terrell County Schools. Dr. Rhonda Schuler, Franklin County Schools. Dr. Otis Smallwood, Bertie County Schools. Dr. Brad Rice, Stokes County Schools. Dr. Tanya Turner, Perquimans County Schools. Mr. Jeff Wallace, Davie County Schools, and Dr. Barry Williams, Gates County Schools. Would you? And Dr. Aaron Allen, Lincoln County Schools. Oh yes, my home county. I gotta forget my buddy Allen. And our own advisor, Dr. Don Phipps from Caldwell County Schools. Would you please join me in celebrating the birthday? So as I mentioned earlier, yesterday we reviewed information on how to enhance our feedback and listening skills through the Teacher Working Conditions Survey, and we focused on how we'll track data to monitor our impact on our students. We're looking forward to another great day working together, and we ask for your focus, expertise, and feedback throughout today's session. We heard a lot yesterday regarding some of the board's goals and strategic plan goals and objectives, and considered how these can serve as a vision to support our partners in DPI and our partners in the districts and schools as they do this work. Today is the day to take those learnings and dive into examples of district and DPI efforts to advance the state board goals. At this time, I'll turn to our superintendent for comments.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. Yesterday was a great day where we got to dig into some of the supports that we are trying to provide all of our district partners so that they can make data-informed decisions, and we're thrilled that we're going to be able to leverage the expertise that resides at our universities across the state. And today, I know that those of us involved in planning for today are incredibly excited to be able to share with the board, as well as advisors and others who are here and those listening, some very weedy but very important information about early literacy, about EOGs. What do the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade EOG data tell us? What is the Excellent Public Schools Act? And because it's more than just letters, professional development for our teachers. There's a lot more to it than that. And so we're also, I'm incredibly excited that we're going to hear from people who are, as we say, in the trenches, doing the work, including our own Principal of the Year, Donna Bledsoe, as well as districts who are here who actually have moved off the low performing list because they have just been killing it with their early literacy data. So it's going to be a day full of data and information, but so important to how we move forward as a state and ensure that all children become proficient readers.
Thank you, Superintendent. So we'll jump right into answering the question, what does 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade end of grade reading data tell us? And we'll turn to our Senior Director in the Office of Accountability and Testing, Dr. Tammy Howard.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. I felt like I was walking the runway. I never walked the runway, so not a runway kind of person. Well, good morning, and thank you for having me this morning, and I'm pleased to share some information with you. We're going to begin with 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade reading. And just to give a little bit of context, in North Carolina, of course, we have federal requirements. And I think it's important to know that those federal requirements in law state that all states must adopt challenging academic standards that are aligned to entrance requirements for credit-bearing coursework in the system of higher public education and relevant state career and technical education standards. So we say many times, we try to emphasize, when we start having a conversation about testing, we have to begin with the content standards. And always also like to share that we have to remember that North Carolina predates these federal requirements. North Carolina engaged in this work in the 1990s. North Carolina has a long history, even prior to the 1990s, of having state-adopted content standards. As the nation moved into No Child Left Behind, there were many states that did not have state-adopted content standards. They were very decentralized, and so Ohio, for instance, that has more than 500 school districts, they had more than 500 content standards adoptions by those districts. They had to make a huge shift to get that to the state level, but it comes down to this requirement. Now, also with that, of course, states have to adopt a set of high-quality assessments that are aligned to those standards. And those assessments must be for reading, of course, and mathematics and science. Now, in reading, the law states, and I apologize, but I think we're on slide 3. We're still on slide 3. For reading, the law states it can be reading or language arts. In North Carolina, it is reading comprehension. That goes back to the 1990s. It has been reading comprehension for a very, very, very long time. The question one could ask themselves is, could we have English language arts assessments? Do other states have English language arts assessments? And the answer to that is true, that yes, they do. Now, what would that mean? That would mean that we would have to, in addition to assessing the reading comprehension standards on our content standards, we would also have to assess, for example, writing, because writing is a good example of those English language arts expectations. So important also to note is that in North Carolina, the K-12 standards really are determining or stated and specifying what students should know at the end of each grade. So, we're understanding that students need an entire year in order to become accomplished on those content standards. I had a parent recently very concerned, I'm sure many in the room will appreciate this, about their child's beginning of grade 3 reading score. And I shared with this parent, please remember, that is an end of grade expectation. We don't necessarily expect these children to have this at the beginning of grade 3, but it's measured to give information to their teachers and their local policymakers so they can address their need across the year going forward. It also states in those standards that for students to be college career ready, they must read from a wide range of high quality, increasingly complex literary and informational texts. And so that is very key as well, because when we're talking about reading assessments, and we say that general term, reading assessments, and I know my colleagues are going to speak to this later, we have to really think through what is the reading assessment measuring. And when we think of those end of grade assessments, students read selections, which I'm sure we're all very familiar with. Some of them are informational, some of them are literary, but they are increasingly complex as you move up the grade levels. So it's not a matter of ever getting to the point that, yes, I can read, it's can I read at increasing levels of complexity over time. So we convene North Carolina teachers to come in and meet with us and to give recommendations for what we call test specifications. We do this every time we develop a new assessment. We'll be having those meetings for science in the next several months. But this is the results of the reading test specifications for grades 3, 4, and 5. And I went ahead and put on this chart 6 and 8. We're doing this afternoon. We're going to but we'll go ahead and address this part of it now. So you can see, as I mentioned, we have reading for literature, we have reading for information, and we have language. And these are the recommended percent of items that align to these domains. So the starting point for that conversation is the recommendations from the teachers that we convene. At these meetings, we have our academic standards colleagues to give their expertise as needed. These meetings are led by our psychometricians who do a great job of explaining and sharing the test development process so that the teachers are informed as they start having this conversation about these percentages. And you can see that the reading for information is just slightly more than the reading for literature. And the reason it's ranges is because these are targets. So when we think about the test specifications, we're looking at a test form. Each form is not going to have the exact same percent that is within these ranges. And what we mean by language, the best example of that is words in context. So a child will be asked, what does a word mean? And then it's a word that we're intending that they can read and take away the meaning from the word. So that is what we mean by language. So also important when you look at this data, before we get to the data, is that when we develop these assessments, we're paying attention to the cognitive rigor, particularly the cognitive complexity and the demands of Webb's depth of knowledge and the North Carolina Standard Course of Study in reading. So the items are written to align to that. And we actually conduct alignment studies. We have an external vendor that does that. We're not the ones who do it. We just arrange for the contract. They bring in independent teachers who go through every item and determine whether or not we are meeting the alignment criteria. There are several alignment criteria. Two of the most critical ones is this cognitive complexity. And what we mean by that is what cognitive complexity is the standard requirement, and then is the item assessing at that cognitive complexity level. So when you think about that in context, you can see how complicated the test items are and building those test forms are and how targeted they are for those content standards. Now our tests are multiple choice. I'm sure you're very aware of that. We also have technology enhanced items, which require the students to manipulate with a mouse, perhaps dragging and dropping an answer choice to a particular part of the computer screen. We do not have open-ended items. If we were to be English language arts assessing, if we were to have writing, then we would have open-ended items. And just very briefly, the biggest conversation about that potential is that in North Carolina we have something called next day scoring or same day scoring because it's multiple choice. And so our score return is very quick. We administer the last 5 to 10 days of school. If we had open-ended items, like we do with English 2, then there is a delay. And I'm sure many of us have experienced in the room where there's a little bit of frustration that English 2 scoring is delayed because we're having to score those open-ended items. But it's not an impossibility to do that. If that were ever the desire to do it, then we definitely could do it. This gives you the targets also from those test specification meetings of the depth of knowledge. And of course, there's 3 levels for depth of knowledge, 1, 2, and 3. 1, think about it, that being recall. And what I would draw your attention here to is, again, these are ranges, these are targets. And you can see here for grade 3, they actually don't have indicated that the target is to have any DOK 3. Now, that doesn't mean that necessarily there might have been 1 item or 2 items that did get up to the higher end, but necessarily looking at the test specs, the intention is for that grade 3 to be a DOK 1 and 2. But then once you get to grade 5, you'll see we drop off that DOK 1 and we're emphasizing DOK 2 and DOK 3. So now for the data. So we're going to start with the NAEP data. And of course, NAEP is the National Assessment of Educational Progress. It's administered in grades 4 and 8 every 2 years to a sample of North Carolina schools. Not all North Carolina schools participate. We do have 2 districts that participate in what is called a TUDA district, and in its inception is to a Tri-Urban District Study. That is Guilford County and Charlotte Mecklenburg. They participate as a district. And what that means is they have more students participating in the sample because they have to have enough students participating to get that district level information. And some of us may say, well, can we do that? Well, you would have to have enough students to be able to do that and be able to commit to having more students participating. It's generally, the key word in there was urban, so it's generally across the nation's large urban districts that participate in TUDA. So this is looking at the 2009 through 2022, the NAEP statewide percent of students at or above proficiency in reading for grade 4. And a couple of things to note about this. One is, if you see missing data, like for example that very bottom line and then you don't see anything, that's where in those subsequent years there were not enough students in the sample to report the data. So there were some students in the sample, but NAEP, just like us, have very strict rules about when they can report information. Also important to note here is that in 2022, we had 32% that was at the proficient or above, and this was not significantly different from 2019, which was 36, and it was greater than 1998, which was 27%. So if you go back to NAEP to 1998, then we do see that North Carolina is performing better than it currently is. But that occurred with mathematics as well in the late 1990s. North Carolina was one of the first states that actually administered NAEP to that state sample. It ultimately became federal law with no child left behind. But in the 1990s, there were not as many states that voluntarily were doing it. But North Carolina was very committed to NAEP. And one of the key things is that North Carolina was committed early on. I think kind of got out the gate ahead of some other folks and looking at those NAEP frameworks to make sure that our content standards were not the same necessarily, but taking into consideration what those expectations were. So when our students got on NAEP assessments, it was not a disconnect, and also to get the benefit of the expertise in the NAEP framework. So in 2022, we were lower than those in 8 states or jurisdictions. We were higher than those in 7, and we were not significantly different from 36 states and jurisdictions. Now, if you'll notice, of course, on these bullets looking at the gap analysis, Black students had an average score that was 30 points lower than that for white students, and this was not significantly different from 1998. And so I think that's one of the key messages as we walk through this data that we see today, is that when we think about the question around the gap, we don't really have any data that is showing that I'm sharing today. There may be some I'm aware of that is showing that we're making progress on closing that gap that we have discussed for so long. Hispanic groups is the other reference point for that gap, and in 1998, we did not have enough Hispanic students in North Carolina to actually have that data reported, so even though we addressed that on the report, we can't really assess the gap. And then the last bullet, I think, is another huge takeaway, and this is there has been really no change for those students that participate in the National School Lunch Program. So that's our economically disadvantaged students. So now we're going to look at the end of grade data for North Carolina. And we're going to begin with grade 3. And I have slides for grade 3, grade 4, grade 5. And I know you have access to this and you can look at this as well. So I'm just going to talk through what we're actually seeing here. So we went back to 2007, 2008. And you'll see the first line is marking for us when the Common Core state standards were implemented. And as you remember, initially North Carolina did adopt the Common Core state standards. And we see that drop, and then we see a tick back up immediately following that drop in 2012-13. So the difference between 2012-13 and 2013-14 was 2012-13 was based on 4 academic achievement levels, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, which is what we had in North Carolina for a long, long time. And then in 2013-14, we revised those academic achievement levels and we introduced an additional level. And so it went to levels 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5. And basically what happened was we inserted an additional level for that and level 3 was the new level. And that really is what is attributing to that uptick there in that data. And then you can see it kind of goes flat. I mean, there's a little bit of up and down here or there, but what we didn't see from 2012-13 to 2018-19 was what we had seen in the late 1990s going into the early 2000s. And you can even see it here where it's very slight, but if you look at, take one of these groups and look, you can find some groups where it had consistent increases going across. If you look at 2007-8 through 2011-12. But since then, since we introduced the new content standards with the Common Core and then other subsequent content standards, you can see it's pretty flat, particularly in reading. And this is not a North Carolina anomaly. This is what we're seeing at the national level. Other states are seeing the same thing. And of course, even the NAEP data, there's been much conversation in recent NAEP administrations as well, that they're seeing the same thing with reading. One other thing is the far right line. Of course, that is when we implemented the last edition of the assessment, so that was the most recent edition of the reading content standards that happened during COVID. So you can see that break really has two factors going on. One is the implementation of new reading standards, and two is the occurrence of COVID. And again, you can see those drops, and as you're well aware, because we shared this information previously, we can see that there's been some ticking back up, maybe not necessarily what everyone would have wanted to have seen, but again, very consistent with what is being seen across the nation. One of the things that I don't show on here, but I will just say that I did do, was I went through and looked at the order of the subgroups to see if the order is consistent from grade 3 to grade 4 to grade 5. For example, the Asian group has the highest percent proficient, followed by the white subgroup, followed by the multiracial, etc. And it is consistent across all of the grade levels. There is some shifting, as you can see, even on this slide, when you're looking at the Hispanic, and particularly the American Indian and the Black. There's a little bit of shifting here and there, but not much at all. But if there is any shifting or from one being in one spot to another, it is at that lowest level. And then for each grade level, and only because these slides just get so busy, we also included on this slide showing the all again with the economically disadvantaged, the limited English proficient, and the students with disabilities. And let's just remember that a student can really technically be in all three of those categories, because this is where students are tagged. A student can be a limited English proficient, they can also be a student with disability, and they can also be economically disadvantaged. And you can see here the LAP and the students with disability are the lowest groups, and again, that is consistent as we go through. So then we have grade 4, and I won't walk through everything again, but you can see this as well. We did have some discussion, I think, at I believe it was the September board meeting about grade 4 and how grade 4, particularly with most recent data, is doing a little bit better markedly than grade 3, and perhaps what was contributing to that. We've had some conversations internally with some patricians, went back and said to them one more time, just want to make sure you're looking, and they assured it is not a factor. Most importantly, the assessment pilot that we did in spring of 2023, I did consult with my colleague Ron last night, and I said, we're thinking about this, what do we think? And one of the things that we thought about was that maybe grade 4 is carrying some of the momentum from grade 3, particularly with those students who go to those summer reading experiences, and then they go into the fall and they get concentrated attention because you've got that November deadline. So maybe some of that is carrying over, maybe it's culture. It's very hard to know specifically what causes anything, and teasing out all the different factors that happen. I will say when you see something at the state level, it really, of this magnitude, it is significant. Local, school level, there's a whole lot of factors going on of why data can go up or data can go down over time. Statewide, if you see any change, it really is significant because we're dealing with 120,000 students per grade level. It's very hard to move the needle on that. And that's the point we're going to also make about the pilot for the spring. It was about 5,000 to 8,000 students. 17, again, this is where you see the grade 4 that I referred to, and just bolded for us the year that in 2022-23 students would have been in the 3rd grade. And you can see even in the 3rd grade, this cohort of 4th graders did better than we would in the current year of 3rd graders did. And then everything I've shown has been level 3 and above, and that's really because that's what Reach to Achieve is based on. That is what the accountability model, school performance grades is based on. But of course, we do report out level 4 and above, and feel like that is very important. We definitely do that for anything that is federally required. So our long-term goals, if you're familiar with those are based on level 4 and above, because that's part of ESSA, which is a federal requirement. So that's just to get the numbers of students that are level 4 and above. And of course, we would like to see these numbers increase as well. Now this slide is showing something that many of you in the group are probably very familiar with, and that is something called goal summaries. So in North Carolina for many years, we have reported out at the classroom level, the school level, the district level, and the state level, what we call goal summaries. So the goals were going back to the language content standards, the reading for literature, reading for information. And the percent change here that you're seeing in parentheses is showing the differences compared to 2020-21, which was the standard setting year for these current set of assessments. And you can see some have gone up, some have gone down. It's interesting that grade 5 for reading for information had an increase of plus 6.9. I would say that's very positive to note there. The others, you have some that are down for language for grade 5, went down negative 2.6. Now I will say again, at the state level, this is where this data has been meeting. We know that we also have classroom level reports of this. We would advise exercising caution, because that's a very few number of students, and that's where some of the outliers can skew the data and give us wrong information. But we also trust very strongly that classroom teachers know their students, and they're very familiar with them, and they have a bigger, more one-to-one understanding of what happened in that classroom, so that information is not to them, that they wouldn't just depend on it solely. So just to have some caution there. And then the last piece that I'm going to share is we did go back and just look at who was in the 3rd grade in 2018-19, which is the year prior to the pandemic, just to see how they have done over the course of the past several years. So 2018-19 3rd graders, when they were in 5th grade, when they were in 6th grade, and when they were in 7th. And for the Asian, which is the top one, you can see they are now above where they were in 2018-19. And not all the subgroups are, but some of them are, so that's encouraging. So, and again, we do that as well for the economic disadvantage, OEP, and students with disabilities. So I think the takeaway is that the data is very consistent across the grade levels, other than that 4th grade little tick up that we have, but it's not, it's not 20 points, right? It's still pretty close to where everybody else is, and that's something we want to watch going forward. But if you look at the grade levels, grades 3, 4, and 5, it's really consistent, and we can see that even once students leave 3rd grade, there is much work to be done to ensure that they are proficient readers, continue to be proficiency readers, and just remember that importance of complexity. And if we think of all the language challenges that we have in our world today to prepare students that they can read at that level, engage with information, engage with literature, and be successful. So, thank you, and I think that concludes the slides.
Thank you, Dr. Howard. Any comments, questions from my colleagues on this information?
I have a quick question.
Dr. Oxendine.
I'm always fascinated with your presentations, Dr. Howard, and I feel like I need to take lots of notes when you're presenting, and I do. Here's my question. Going back earlier in the presentation when you were discussing the I think percentages around the complexity of items and the percentage of literary pieces versus informational pieces, would that same kind of profile apply to, let's say, the check-ins?
Yes, that is correct, because the check-ins are, first of all, developed by the same team that developed the end of grade.
Mm-hmm.
And they operate a little bit differently because their position is classroom assessments to be administered in no more than 90 minutes. And we want to have enough items so that we can give that domain stream information so teachers can address instruction.
Right.
But absolutely there is a connection there.
That is very good, because I think one of the pieces of reasoning behind the check-ins was to help the students prepare for the big event. So that's good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Howard. Appreciate that report. We'll now turn to the question of what's EPI's role in supporting implementation of the Excellent Public Schools Act, and we'll turn to Dr. Amy Ryan.
I think it's being rolled up, but good morning. Thanks for having us. If you'll recall, at one of our last planning sessions, board members, you had a short lesson from letters. And so today we're going to give you an assessment. Kelly Vinhouse with me today to help you log in, and you're going to have to take your two-year assessment. So it's only fair, as cohort 1 is finishing up, they just finished up yesterday, but I'm kidding, we won't give you a test. I do want to say I'm thankful for the opportunity to work with early literacy, especially with North Carolina and what it's afforded us here, because we constantly visit and meet with and discuss things with other states. And North Carolina is unique in the fact that we do have all stakeholders and leaders heading in the same direction, as well as the funds behind that to invest in our educators. So thankful for the priority that you're making in early literacy. We have a long way to go, but we wouldn't even be where we are if we didn't get started, and so we do appreciate that. During our time together today, Kelly Benham's going to talk a little bit about DIBELS 8 and the integrated reading assessment and the differences that you just saw, and clarify that with what Dr. Howard had just shared. And then from there, I'll take a couple minutes just to talk about the shifting in the legislative focus. And then we're going to talk systems and how all of this fits together. Last but not least, my favorite part is we're going to hear from our local districts, and then we'll have a panel so they can also share what's happening at the local level with the EPSA implementation.
Good morning. Thank you, Amy. I'm grateful for the superintendent's opening remarks about us getting into the weeds, because I'm about to get a little weedy here as we talk about our DIBELS 8 assessment as well as the third grade end of grade reading assessment. So this is the age-old question. We get to the end of the third grade year, and we have many third graders who show at benchmark on their composite in DIBELS 8, and then they don't get a 3, 4, or 5 on their third grade end of grade test. And we get lots of questions around why is that? Why does that happen? What we have to understand is that DIBELS 8, that benchmark indicator, is comprised of multiple measures. So there are multiple skills taken into account to give that composite score. Many times when we look at that data and we look at that composite score, we don't dig down into those multiple measures. So it is possible that a student will show at benchmark, which still means there is a level of risk for that student, even at benchmark. But when we dig into those sub-measures, we'll notice there might be a measure, for example, oral reading fluency, that is below benchmark. And because of the way that composite is calculated, we will miss that. So what unintentionally happens is that we create gaps that grow even further when we don't examine that subgroup data and use that data to change and impact instruction and intervention. So again, DIBELS 8 is that red flag indicator, and we've got to dig deeper than just that composite score that we see. So let's talk a little bit about the purpose of each. We have a lot of data, and it's really important to know when to use what type of data and for what purpose. DIBELS 8 and the third grade end of grade reading test are two very different types of data with different purposes when we think about instruction. So DIBELS 8 we know is an indicator of risk and a progress of overall reading ability. It takes a look at the foundational skills that students need to become proficient readers and to be able to comprehend. That's number one. We look at that through our benchmarks that we do 3 times a year, BOI, MOI, EOI. That's that composite data I was talking about and also that important submeasure data. In addition to that, DIBELS 8 can also be used for progress monitoring, which is crucial. Progress monitoring is what we use to respond to instruction and intervention. When we progress monitor, we're able to see is the instruction I'm giving in core or is the intervention I'm giving this student in a foundational reading skill working? Is it changing the outcomes for that student? And that's what happens when we progress monitor. And finally, another important piece to think about when we think about DIBELS 8. DIBELS 8 provides the minimum level that students need to reach to reduce that level of risk. There still remains a level of risk, even at benchmark. We have to keep pushing. We have to keep moving forward. We don't get complacent with that at benchmark, that green color we see, or that blue color we see. We can't get complacent. We have to stay strong in core instruction, and I believe it is important to progress monitor at least once. We see in our data that many of our students who begin at benchmark will go back to the low benchmark without strong core instruction and without addressing their needs for reading. And finally, I just want to point out that when we think about the end of grade assessment, it is measuring, just like Dr. Howard just said, it's reading proficiency on the North Carolina Standard Course of Study for English Language Arts. It is our end goal. Reading comprehension is our end goal. That is what the EOG is measuring. It is not our entry point. It is at the end. Our entry point is at DIBELS 8 that begins at BOI kindergarten, when we immediately, that first few weeks of school, are able to identify those students who are at risk. That's when the journey begins, and that's when we have to address those issues. If we wait until the end of grade assessment in third grade to take a look at that data, it becomes very difficult, because by then we've got large 3-year gaps in foundational skills. And that's the joy and the beauty of DIBELS 8. We are very fortunate in North Carolina to have one common assessment across the state. I've learned in talking with many other states, number one, that's not always the case. Number two, it's not often funded, and ours is both. So we are grateful for that DIBELS 8 data because it is our red flag before we even get to that third grade EOG. There should be no true real surprises on that third grade EOG. And then finally, some things to consider here in these bubble points on this page, some considerations around measuring reading. So DIBELS 8 we know is not summative, the EOG is summative. That one makes pretty good common sense. EOG does not give you information about the discrete foundational reading skills that students are struggling with. DIBELS 8 does. So you can get some big picture information around, example, reading for literature, reading for information. They can break down those percentages like we just saw from Dr. Howard. But what we don't know is when a student does not get a 3, 4, or 5 on that EOG, why? Is it because they could not read the words on the page? That's one reason. That's a big reason. That's decoding. Is it because they were never taught morphology, so they couldn't apply that to other words they didn't know? Is it because that they were missing vocabulary or some background knowledge that was the Velcro to stick to help them make sense of this passage maybe they haven't experienced before? Reading is a really complex process, and it involves many complex skills. And the EOG is what we use to measure how well students put all of those skills together when they read passages that they're not familiar with. It's the end game. But there's a lot of work that happens that we can measure through DIBELS 8 between the beginning of kindergarten and the end of third grade when they take that EOG. Another piece, DIBELS 8 and the North Carolina EOG, they serve different purposes, which we've talked about already. the multidimensional nature of reading comprehension does make it difficult to assess. Like I just said, we don't know the passages, we don't know the questions that were asked, right? We get some big picture information from that end of grade assessment. But the DIBELS 8 is what's going to tell us in 3rd grade what discrete skills are lacking for those students. Also, reading comprehension involves multiple skills, and isolating those skills can be difficult. And then the reality is you will often find variability in test results of comprehension of the same student. That's why it's really important to think about how are we building knowledge with our students over time. Even for our students who are not proficient readers, they can access text through really strong read-alouds. That's where we build their knowledge, that's where we build content for them, that's where they learn complex grammatical structures and syntax and sentences. And those are all pieces that they need to be successful on that end of grade test. And those are all pieces that we can measure through DIBELS 8 and through fluency measures. So the end game is here. We have some really great data with our DIBELS 8. We have some great data with our EOG. There are two very different types of data, and they serve very different purposes. And the end measure and the end goal is you have to use that DIBELS 8 to make better understanding of that EOG. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. So one thing we're going to look at as far as shifting legislation, just keeping in mind where we began, over time North Carolina has shown numerous children were not reading at grade level. Teachers were teaching based on what they'd learned and how they learned to teach, but all children weren't learning. We tried balanced literacy, we tried 3Qing, and for a long time, based on what we learned in our EPP programs and the research that guided us at that time, data indicated that our core was not at 80%, but we were quick to jump to interventions, which only led to larger gaps and more holes. Legislators and policymakers knew that we needed something, so they enacted the Read to Achieve years ago, which focused on assessments and pathways like tutoring and camps to show student proficiency rather than instructional practices. Unfortunately, this approach was reactive, with no focus on how to help educators address the root causes of early prevention. This practice is more like patching holes in the same old bucket with Band-Aids, which leaves educators and students drained as they continue to work harder but not smarter. What North Carolina needed was a new bucket, a new Read to Achieve bucket, and that's exactly what the Excellent Public Schools Act legislation has offered. Starting with a focus on the science of reading professional development, which you hear about, and basically investing in all pre-K through 5 educators to address core instruction for all students. So for today's purpose, throughout the rest of the time, I'm going to refer to our legislation as EPSA. You hear from us a lot of times, Read to Achieve, but this will be EPSA. So one thing we must understand, that EPSA addresses more than just letters of professional development. We don't want educators to think that once the training is complete, it can be checked off the list. Professional development is only one piece of a much larger system, only the beginning of our journey. And here you'll see some of the things that are included in EPSA in case you weren't aware. We talked about this a little bit before, but strengthening that pipeline from our EPP programs, literacy instruction standards, literacy intervention plans, including aligned reading camps, and individual reading plans, and of course the Digital Children's Reading Initiative. And you've heard about all these things previously, but today we're going to take a deeper dive in how that all fits together, what it looks like in practice, the progress we've made, and potential gaps that we still need to consider moving forward. So when we talk about a system, you'll see here, this is the framework the Office of Early Learning uses to focus on how all the components of EPSA work together. Effective systems consist of aligned, interrelated, interdependent components that work together to produce successful outcomes. Independently, none of these parts are as productive as the overall system. And that's how we have to think about that legislation. The framework has 7 parts, starting with leadership. Every system must have a leader who is invested and makes this a priority. From there, a plan must be developed, followed by a focus on involving and communicating with your customers. And the first 3 components will guide the culture and the overall plan. Once that plan is developed, there has to be identified data and checkpoints to guide, and we talked about DIBELS 8, some of the check-ins and things you can use along the way. And in order to implement the plan, the workforce must have ongoing learning opportunities and coaching with clear expectations and aligned processes as they move forward as a unit. This is a system to work smarter, not harder. And finally, summative outcomes and results are reviewed to continuously make process improvements at the end of that, at the final outcome piece, for the final outcome piece. Every system consists of 7 components, whether that's academic or operational. So if you think about education, we think a lot of times about academic and operational sides of the triangle. So let's do a quick check, and I'm going to use the state board as an example. And if you'll just leave it right there on that slide for 1 second, you'll go back. So we're going to use state board as an example. If you think of yourself as a system, you have a leader. Your leader is Chair Davis. You have a strategic plan. You have objective goals in that strategic plan, and that's what you're working to focus on. Your customers are your schools, your districts. You get feedback from those schools and districts, and as well as the agency. So lots of customers, North Carolina educators and families. And then when you get to category 4 there, component 4, you have monthly updates, surveys, informal conversations. We're checking in often to hear how things are going through committee meetings. And then you get to component 5, which is your planning meetings. And then of course process management, you have rules, you have data reports, you have voting, you have to follow specific processes. And then of course annual summaries or end of project summaries that you have as part of that system. So when you think about it, it's your turn for a second. Who is the leader of a district? Superintendent. What about a local finance office? Who's the leader? Your CFO. I'm going to pause for questions. What about a school leader? The principal. Classroom leader. Teacher. A bus driver. What about your house? Trick question, don't answer that out loud. So, knowing the leader is important. However, it is equally as important to know when you lead and when you should listen, learn, and support. We can't all be leaders all the time. That's where some of the chaos can begin. So as you review the system, it's important to understand and analyze. If something's not working, let's look at the system to determine where the gap may be coming from. Is there no leader? Is the leader not buying in? Do we have a clear strategic plan? Are there clear processes? And we're going to focus on this as we move through. So on the next slide, this is just an example of some of the things that we have in the Office of Early Learning and how we've applied the EPSA legislation in this particular framework. And in the next several slides, you're going to see how we address those categories and how we might want to consider where we're making progress and where we have some gaps. So let's start with leadership specifically. It goes without saying that we know leadership matters, and they're to establish and share the vision and to develop aligned goals, action steps, expectations, core values, and they set the tone for the ethical climate and the beliefs of that system. Leaders should be committed to developing and empowering future leaders within the organization while also developing an accountability system that ensures continuous improvement across the organization. DPI's leader is Superintendent Druitt. Her North Star is the vision that guides the work for the Office of Early Learning related to early literacy, as well as Operation Polaris. OEL coordinates oversight and alignment while also providing support at the regional and district levels. The early literacy specialist is serving as the liaison or the bridge to communicate with the district and the school, the focus schools that they're working in real time. Each school literacy lead provides support at the school level as assigned by the district. So you'll see here that state to student visual. Some districts have coaches as literacy leaders and some don't. But if they don't have a literacy coach, it falls on the instructional leader, the principal oftentimes. And we're going to talk a little more about that. But it's also important to know that local control, the district and school leaders hold the authority to establish accountability beyond just the supports that Office of Early Learning provides. Therefore, it's essential that district and school leaders understand what science of reading looks like and develop local supports and processes as part of that sustainability, since they are the local system evaluators. This is important because EPSA legislation does not currently include K-5 district or school leaders, nor do EPP requirements require that we look at that as part of the leader pipeline. And that could lead to potential gaps for North Carolina sustainability if North Carolina leaders aren't included. So on the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the strategic plan. That's the second essential component within an effective system. The strategic plan should include clear action steps, who's responsible for each step, as well as clear timeline to conduct progress checks. Progress checks should include examining strengths, gaps, potential threats, and best practices to highlight for potential expansion. Most importantly, the results should drive change for improvement in a timely manner. A plan without action is nothing more than busy work and wasted time. This plan must be communicated to all stakeholders for fidelity of implementation. Unfortunately, this is a step that is often missed and undervalued. We've listed and linked examples from guidance and legislation that you've seen before regarding the literacy instruction standards, the literacy intervention plans, and the individual reading plans. But once these guides are provided, we trust that districts develop aligned processes for their local systems. And we've all seen these as well. But one thing to note, legislation only requires these supports are to be implemented in K-3. The literacy instruction standards have been developed by the academic standards team for pre-K through 12, should districts choose to use them. Literacy intervention plans and individual reading plans can easily be expanded beyond 3rd grade using the same protocol. However, there's currently no legislative requirement for implementation beyond K-3. The only state-level accountability EPSA process includes right now is that the literacy intervention plan is submitted and reviewed to receive EPSA funding. Unfortunately, the restriction only includes K-3. So that may be a long-term gap we're going to continue to see, as Dr. Howard shared the data, what happens after 3rd grade if those supports are not continued or they're not in place. Some districts do that and they do that well. Other districts stop at 3rd grade. Customer focus stresses the importance of establishing authentic relationships with an aligned purpose. Collaboration, clear communication, and ongoing feedback are practices that tend to support success in this area. The list on this slide is not all inclusive of state or district collaborative opportunities, and as simple as it sounds, there tends to be, this is also a gap we see pretty often across the state. This typically stems from a lack of consistent, coordinated communication or meetings taking place with everyone at the table for discussions or planning. This does require unintentional focus and clear communication to all levels within the system. What happens if you have a leader and you have a plan, but you don't communicate with the people who are implementing the plan? Typically, you may have chaos, you may have frustration, and sometimes that's what we see. So that's one of the pieces with the early literacy specialists that we emphasize while you're working with the district and starting there for core and that support. The one thing to keep in mind is this plan and what you're doing moving all the way through the organization and the system? And I have a feeling when you hear from these districts, you're going to see these are things that they have in place, which is why you're seeing success in these areas, including families as a partner. So one example I can share here, and I highlighted it, we share memos with our CAOs and our points of contact bi-weekly. Some districts do a great job. They share it at cabinet, they share it with their district leadership, their superintendents, and then in turn, those district leaders will share it with their teachers according to what the information is and if they need to know any of that information. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and sometimes there are holes. Remember that bucket, there are holes in the system that's impacting that work, and so somebody has to go back and spend the extra time trying to figure out where the gaps were and where the breakdown was. So it's leading to extra time, extra work, and extra effort, and sometimes slows down the progress, and you have frustrated stakeholders who are asking questions because they didn't know what was supposed to be happening. So this is why we have spent so much time talking about those layers. So when we look at component 4, we talk a lot about progress monitoring, and that's kind of where this would fall to for DIBELS 8 if you think about that, where Kelly emphasized that earlier. This is using that formative data to make necessary changes and timely adjustments for ongoing improvement. It sets and guides the direction of the process. Some examples we have listed here are what we use for EPSA currently. And if you will, Lou, can you click on the Aligned Data Protocol link? So I know this was a question that came up at a previous board meeting, and I wanted to kind of share how when we go to our regional meetings, we share the data protocol with those who are attending the regional meetings, those quarterly meetings. And so while we are there, we have them, we give an example, but we also have them go through their data, and they follow the same process, and they have support while they're on site. And districts also have their own data protocol they follow, but we just want to make sure, should a district not, this is one they can begin with and start. But we're trying to use that to be consistent across how to analyze that data. We can spend all the time analyzing data, reviewing data, but what happens sometimes, not always, is if nothing changes after you analyze that data as part of that formative process, then nothing changes. It's just analyzing data. So it's important that as you're looking at the data, that we can't always wait until next year to change it, because the gaps will stay there and continue to increase while we wait. So responding in a timely manner is essential. Okay, then we'll go back to talk about category or component 5. So workforce focus. This is a pretty big deal. We're fortunate in North Carolina to have early literacy specialists. But one thing that this focuses on is capability, the knowledge, as well as capacity, the resources that you need to complete the objectives in your plan. It requires a supportive climate and provides adequate, and making sure you're providing adequate training, prep time, and commitment at all levels, while also celebrating those best practices for positive results throughout the process. It's where learning starts to shift to practice, which means there has to be supports put in place beyond just attending professional development. Ongoing coaching is a must. Everyone needs a coach. Even the best and the brightest should continue to grow. If there is no coach by title, we know sometimes who takes that role, particularly in smaller districts when you have one person wearing multiple hats, it falls on the one person who's leading that process. So in a system, in a school as a system, your principal may have to take on the coach's role. Keep in mind, as I said earlier, coaching requires knowing the content, leading professional development, weekly PLCs at a minimum. It's essential for the professional educator growth, and don't forget, the coach has to have time to also learn. So without that mindset, gaps will continue to remain and potentially continue to increase. One concern we hear is adequate prep time, and with so many demands. This is one reason we have to allow grace and space when we ask about long-term data outcomes. Research shows it takes 3 to 5 years to shift an entire system. Teachers need time to learn, to process, to prep, and to apply. Student learning can't take place until the teacher knows the content and they're able to apply it with automaticity. It's why it's important that we take time along the way to celebrate those early wins as teachers are learning that content. And so, for example, in Dibbles 8, we talk about the foundational pieces. We recognize that shift takes 3 to 5 years, but it's also why we need to consider expanding the legislation or policy beyond 3rd grade. Students currently in 4th and above did not receive in-depth instruction for those foundational skills aligned to science and reading, nor middle school. Their gaps will continue to grow if we don't consider some expansion in some way with supports. Component 6 talks about processes. It establishes a clear understanding for stakeholders, how you use a common language, clear expectations, and aligned resources based on data. This is human, physical, and time as a resource. It might require thinking about things beyond the way we've always done them with our resources. For example, conversations we have sometimes include, have you thought about how you're using your instructional assistants? Have you considered funding priorities and shifting those things? What about your master schedule? Does it allow for that 90 to 120 minutes for literacy? So those are all pieces, and I'm sure when our folks talk, they'll talk about some of those things that are happening. But those are things that we need to consider as far as processes to see if that might be a gap area if something's not working. Process management is about coordinating and integrating efficient and effective interconnectedness with all available resources while eliminating duplication. Without clear processes, we all tend to come to problems and solutions from our own experience and our own paradigm, rather than what might be best for the entire system. It's where a focus on me needs to become a focus on we. And this slide includes some examples of process supports that Office of Learning provides while we're planning for EPSA. All of these examples are optional, except for PRC 085 aligned spending requirements. And recently, 3Q was added in there. But if you think about a process specific, like curriculum, we have a vetting tool that's included. You're welcome to click on that link. We have a vetting tool because with local control, districts can choose their curriculum. They just have to make sure it's aligned to science and reading. As a leader myself, one of the things I learned early on was sometimes we have too many choices. And so if I'm a BT2 or a BT1 and I'm going to teach second grade, and I come in and I learn this is my curriculum for second grade for my team, but kindergarten and first grade use a different curriculum, have there been any crosswalks to determine if there were gaps in the curriculum? Because a lot of times we don't recognize it, but if I'm a BT1, I walk into the classroom, I consider using the curriculum. I assumed K1 used the same thing and it spiraled. But if they're two totally different curriculum and they spiral, there are gaps. So we unintentionally created gaps just because we didn't know any better. And so not all I know you know this, but not all curriculum is created equal, and I promise you the vendors aren't getting together to make sure it all aligns. So when we have 4 and 5 curricula out there, are we creating more gaps for teachers and children? And that's something to look at with that vetting tool. But if we don't consider that and we just let people choose because that's the teacher who's been here the longest, we're putting a lot of money into it, but unfortunately we're creating unintentional gaps and consequences just because we're trying to do what's best for everybody. So we have to have processes where we all talk about we and not me and focus on the child, setting those boundaries in place. And then our last component I'll focus on defines common results at the end goal to determine success. It encompasses all the key organizational results we've talked about: leadership, process, workforce, customer feedback, performance, and evaluating the overall system. It tends to be more aligned to summative data for updating the overall strategic plan, but not always. Might be the end of a project you've completed. When collecting data, we should be looking at more than one data point, which Kelly and Dr. Howard addressed, as well as subcomponents to understand the bigger picture. Kelly began today by showing the different purposes and what's being measured using the EOG compared to DIBELS 8. Knowing the results of each is important. However, as she mentioned, it's also imperative to understand the purpose of specific assessments, why you're collecting the data, and then what are you going to do to use that data to make improvements. As I mentioned earlier, if knowing and analyzing data is all we do, gaps will continue to remain or increase. Also of equal importance, always digging beneath the average and asking what the overall or composite data might not reveal is essential. A great example is subgroups. When we dig into subgroups, sometimes we work with schools or districts and we talk about, well, our overall proficiency is 75%. That's great. Let's look at all the subgroups within that. Your Black subgroup's at 40%, your Hispanic subgroup's at 50%. There are gaps there, so there are still risk factors you need to consider, rather than just the overall proficiency. Celebrate that, that's wonderful, but then also continue to focus on how you're going to move all children, because all means all. Same thing Kelly mentioned earlier within the DIBEL composite. Sometimes we'll have a child who comes in, they're on benchmark, but then they don't pass the EOG, they're below benchmark there, and so you dig in and you find out it was oral reading fluency, or it was vocabulary. There were areas and red flags along the way that we have to dig in and pick up early on. Just because you're benchmarked doesn't mean you're benchmarked forever. So in trying to determine why implementation is working in some places but not in others, I'll go back to this. This is a great framework that we use to help determine root cause. Based on current legislation and resources, as we support districts, we try to understand what components might be missing and what we can offer for it to be considered for improvement. Many districts are going above and beyond the minimal requirements. However, if we want to continue aligned efforts in this work, there are 3 areas we should consider as we move forward. North Carolina must consider expanding statewide required support beyond 3rd grade. I'm not saying it has to look exactly the same, but we have to have some supports in place after 3rd grade. Our current students in 4th grade and above are not proficient or not provided instruction, as I mentioned earlier, aligned to the science of reading during those essential foundational years. And yes, their teachers have letters of professional development, but they're just learning that as well, and they weren't able to provide that access as they were coming through. Additionally, there's no line screener for a 4th and 5th grade teacher to use to determine what those gaps might be if we don't pay for it at the state levels. We have some districts who do that, but that might be something we could consider to avoid potential risks. Additionally, they're not required to be included in the literacy intervention plan or the individual reading plan, and all that is just asking districts to continue to expand that for those children if there are gaps. But without legislation, it continues to be optional. And then, of course, always considering middle school, because we're sending our children to middle school, and many of those children still are not proficient or are at risk, and so have their teachers had access to know what to do and how to help support them. And we can't neglect those students just because they didn't come through before we knew better. The sooner they can be included, the better chance they have long term. And on this final slide, I believe, as we learned from our initial announcement of letters, it's hard work. We have to consider how to balance this for our teachers by providing time, resources, and possibly even monetary incentives. They're in the trenches daily, making it happen, and should be celebrated. However, as we consider proposals to expand this work for children, one thing we also know from the Nostr model is where there are gaps, there will be emotions, we can expect that, or reactions. The slide helps us visually see that impact. We talked about leadership in that framework. Leadership here is vision. You see there are 5 components, and if one is missing, you're likely going to have a reaction or some sort of emotion. So if vision, which comes from the leader, is missing, you may have confusion. Workforce and process management that we mentioned in the framework are your skills and your resources here. If you have those missing, you may see anxiety and frustration. Customer market focus, we talked about in the framework, is motivation here. No motivation, you may see some resistance or feel resistance. And then, of course, the strategic plan is your action plan here. And if that's missing, then it's a lot of false starts that leads to a lack of completion and accomplishments. We just start over and over and over, and there's frustration there. So as we continue implementation and providing support, we'll use the systems framework to continue to help our stakeholders identify promising practices and potential gaps for aligned support, as well as trends that we may need to consider for potential legislation or policy recommendations moving forward. Because we all know this is more than reading data, it's about doing what's best for kids. And as we wrap up, I read a powerful quote recently by Reed Lyon. When you're working on something that's so critical to a life, a child's life, belief systems don't cut it, evidence cuts it. So when you're thinking about your system and where gaps might be, look at the data and the facts and make those decisions to help close those gaps. And I will, at this time, accept any questions.
Questions or comments from my colleagues?
I have a quick question.
Dr. Oppenheim.
Thank you very much. No, next time I'll walk. So going back to the component in the model, I think it's the process management. Yes, process management, number 6. Where would something like is implementing something pretty large? So where would that implementation, would that be overarching process management, or would process management be the overarching piece and implementation underneath that? Where does implementation fit, is my question.
So implementation fits throughout this framework. So if you're going to implement something large, who's going to lead that implementation process? What's the plan to implement that? Decide what that plan looks like. Who's going to take care of that? When are they going to take care of that? Whose responsibilities? And then when you get over to the process management piece, what are the processes it takes to implement? So Do we have professional development scheduled? Who needs to make sure that's arranged? So those fall within that strategic plan, that you break those down and they become a part of your process. So I think about implementing a new curriculum. You know, who's going to sit there and look at the crosswalks to make sure if there are any potential gaps, that will be a process that fits within the process management. So when you're looking at implementation, it's this framework in general.
And another thought that I had when you were dwelling on emphasizing leadership, it seems like the local board of education would need to have a head somewhere. Maybe, I don't know.
Possibly. What we've done, because it's not in legislation, like we were fortunate initially because North Carolina invested in our leaders participating, but we knew sustainability of that up beyond pre-K. We had to look at that. So the Office of Early Learning has a menu of support, and one of those is Literacy for Leaders. A lot of our districts, a lot of them are doing the Literacy for Leaders, which that takes you more in depth into letters and science of reading, if you will, not letters, but science of reading, in comparison to what the overview was in letters. So many districts have opted into that. Probably I can even get a percentage of how many have. We're seeing a lot more interest there. It's not a requirement. And so that's one of the things to consider though, is if they don't do that, as a leader, how am I ensuring as I'm walking through classrooms what science of reading looks like, how do I evaluate that, and so forth. So that's, even if it's something that's not at the state level, it's something, could be a local policy, but just kind of see where the interest is coming from.
I'll pass it to you, Monica. Thank you both so much for the level of detail and the hard work that went into presenting all this information in a way that's digestible for us. One of the things that Kelly brought up is something that I want to highlight. And that is this idea of what happens currently when a child appears to have a gap. So I'm sure that everyone in this room can only imagine what it's like to have to go through school not being able to read, or even being able to read proficiently, especially after 3rd grade when you are reading to learn instead of learning to read. And what Kelly shared with us that anyone who's been in an elementary classroom knows is that when there is a gap, that quick rush to intervention, which means you're taking the child out of core instruction, which means the whole class instruction, means that that child is missing whole class instruction, and resources that are already stretched thin for children who have diagnosed learning challenges are now being given to a child who simply has a gap because she wasn't, because her teacher didn't understand everything that we're trying to help teachers understand now with the letters training. And so the ramifications of pulling children out of core instruction and giving them interventions when that is not what's called for is something that we are going to see go away slowly but surely as our teachers put into practice what they've been learning. Because that has a horrible, insidious knock-on effect for that child's experience in school moving forward.
First, I'd like to just say thank you to all three of our presenters at this point, because at least for me personally, I thought I understood on some level what was happening here, but I have such a deeper understanding both of our advantages right now, but also the work that we have left to do. And so I would say the first thing is we've been feeling really good about the statewide effort that's being made, and we should be. But clearly we have to do some careful thinking about what we need in the short session, or that is going to make EPSA even a more powerful and effective agent of change for our students. So we've got to really seriously think about this. And thank you, because Amy, we do have a lot of holes, and it's scary, and we've got to do something about it. But one little advantage I think we have with 4th and 5th grade is that our teachers have been trained. And so they just need the tools that we've given the K-3 teachers. So we do sort of know what we need to do there, and I hope that we'll be able to accomplish that.
Any other comments, questions? Ms. Moore?
Thank you. I have three quick musings. Thank you for the work. I think it's important for this board and for the public to see the ongoing work that's going to support our schools and our teachers every day. Early on in the presentation, when you were talking about the communication that's needed to support understanding the difference between what a DIBELS assessment does and what the point of the EFG is, and then the check-ins that are in between those. We did talk a little bit about that disconnect that teachers experience at the classroom level with what information they get from them and how it supports an end, perhaps, goal of achieving level 3, 4, or 5 on an EOG. And I think understanding the different purposes that they serve is important for understanding why they feel that disconnect at the classroom level. But I think we might want to think about, in the long term, is there a way to remove that disconnect and have all of those pieces and processes actually work together so they don't feel like there's a disconnect between all these assessments occurring? Is there work that can be done in that space, and who does that work? That's just one musing. And I don't necessarily expect responses to all this unless you have something you want to say. But the second one I had is around the difference between Read to Achieve and EPSA and how the legislation changed. So on slide 10, when we talked about the things that EPSA now required, it would be helpful to maybe know what is new in EPSA of those 5 bullets that was not in Read to Achieve. To understand where that shift has occurred before. For example, the reading camps continue. They were part of Read to Achieve, and they continue to be a part of EPSA. But I don't think we had strong statewide data that the reading camps made the intended impact, and yet they continue in EPSA. And they continue that drain on practitioner, sort of, you're done at the end of the year, but no, you're not. So I think help knowing what continues and what's new in those bullets would be helpful. And then for the early literacy specialists that we talked about later on in the presentation, another goal for that is to have 1 per district. Is that correct? The initial goal. So where are we now? What was the fill rate in 22-23 for those positions, and what's the current fill rate?
So at the end of 22-23, we had around 40, a little over 40, and now we have hired 106.
And they've already started, or
Yeah, they've already started. We had like 60 plus begin in July.
Okay, so this is year 3 of implementation? 2?
This is the first full year. The budget was shared with us last year. So
Okay.
year 2.
Okay. That's my questions.
Okay. And I'll address really quick the EPSA piece, those bullets. All of those are new with the exception of the reading camp piece. And we are evaluating reading camps constantly. That's a conversation we've even shared at State Board with where we were. The thing that has shifted is it has to align. It has to align with Literacy Intervention Plan. That's the starting point. But there are things, barriers like it's only 72 hours. Is there a difference in 72 hours with all the money we're spending? So those are conversations we're having, specifically as we talk to OLR about what their camps and stuff look like over the summer. Great questions.
And if I could just add to that, we are, along with Dr. Marr, who I believe is here today, we are right now devising a plan to completely overhaul what summer learning looks like, how it needs to be funded, how we would also work in math interventions and take some of the lessons learned from the pandemic learning recovery, where we saw 86% of students who were identified by their teachers as needing to be served in summer learning came to summer learning coming out of the pandemic. So what can we do to leverage those lessons learned and come up with a legislative ask in the short session for summer learning?
And now I just have one last point about, in particular, those summer reading camps. We just talked about a little bit about the importance of core instruction and intervening and pull out and the potential consequences of that if it is at the expense of core instruction. Intervention does not have to be at the expense of core instruction, depending on how it's being done. It can be. So how does something like a summer reading camp really provide more of an extra dose rather than the same markers of intervention that pull you out of core instruction? How does it support core instruction and focus on core instruction as opposed to being an intervention?
We'll hear from one of our principal advisors.
So summer camp, we see success in it because it is quality tier 1 instruction for all that are there. So it's a full day session of small group remediation, of giving students targeted instruction. So it's right. When we get kids there, particularly this year, we saw more success and more students meet Read to Achieve pathways of proficiency than we have in the past. And I attribute that to solid tier 1 instruction in those summer camps.
Any other comments or questions? I have one observation to share. Dr. Ryan, I appreciate your work and your team's work in this big lift we have. As you walked us through a little bit of the history of our journey around early literacy, it occurred to me that perhaps there's more things to learn than just about literacy. Particularly when you shared that the initial attempt in Read to Achieve, in summary, was primarily about outputs. And it was reactive, and it was ineffective. And I recall former colleague J.B. Buxton leading a literacy framework effort that Ms. Camden later picked up. And then the superintendent added her efforts to result in the EPSA legislation, which shifted the emphasis to inputs. Specifically, how do we support our teachers? Give them the training and tools that they need. And that shift from outputs to inputs was significant. And whatever degree of success we've had so far, I think is in large measure to that shift. But when you touched on leadership, that really caught my attention. Because not only was there a shift from outputs to inputs, but there was a commitment at the highest levels of our state to improving literacy in K through 3. And that commitment pulled us all together in our individual roles, singularly focused on one goal. I would submit that that model that you just described this morning to us not only could be applied to middle grade literacy, it could be applied to any challenge we seek to overcome as a state. And it starts with leadership, commitment, and secondarily focus on supporting our teachers, principals, and our students. So thanks for reminding us of that central truth around educating our students. Would you mind introducing our panel of experts that are going to share with us their success stories?
Absolutely, and I believe we're going to begin with presentations first, and then we'll go to our panelists. So if we can, let's start with Bertie County Schools. If you'll head this way, we will have you begin to present what it looks like in your school, or your school district, I should say. And I think I have with us Dr. Otis Smallwood, Superintendent, and Dr. Linda Bullock. Is that correct? And here we go. So this is the part I've been waiting for.
Good morning. First of all, let me just thank you for the invitations, Superintendent Troy, and I want to, of course, recognize Chair Davis, Vice Chair Duncan, and other board members here this morning. Also, I need to recognize my board members that trekked an hour this way to be with me today. I have my chair, Mr. Ricky Freeman, and Ms. Bernetta Henderson here, and Ms. Reba Cooper Carlton. here with me today. Of course, I want to recognize Dr. Bullock, who's my right hand some days and left. And we have a special guest that joined us, Ms. Carol Mazzell. I saw her walk in. She's retired. She retired June, but she was our elementary ed director last year, who was instrumental with getting this work done. She's not on the clock. She came on her own 6 months ago. But just that you know, Ms. Mazzell, temporarily retired. And of course, just to all the kids in Bertie and to everybody back home in Bertie, and to my superintendent colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here this morning. So we just want to spend a few minutes talking about learning and leading with letters. So the first line you see, we start with leaving the low behind. Every chance I get to a mic now, everywhere I go, I tell everybody Bertie County Schools is no longer a low-performing district. We have dropped that designation that has served. Thank you. That has so terribly stained us, for the lack of a better word, but we are on the right track, and we are going to have a positive trajectory going forward. And of course, it's with all the work that is happening in our early grades and of course across the district. We are extremely proud of the increase in our overall composite, our M-class data from 21-22 to 22-23, which averaged about 23 percentage points. We continue to strengthen our letters implementation, and we've had some new hire transitions, but they have been very good for us, including teachers and central office staff. And one of them being Dr. Stephen Howard, who didn't replace Ms. Mazzell, but I can't think of another word right now, but he's our new elementary ed director, and he coined this quote: "If we use the science of reading as a mechanism to lay a strong and large foundation, we can build a mansion just compared to an everyday house." So that's what we're trying to do, and Dr. Bullock and I are going to tag team this, but we are building about 1,800 mansions every day. In Bertie County Schools, there are many of those mansions, and I'm going to have a privilege to talk about one of them in just a few minutes, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build mansions every day instead of just everyday, ordinary houses. All right, so this slide, of course, is our strategic plan that we developed in the midst of the pandemic. But the whole purpose behind the plan, of course, I won't read it to you, but the priority of being intentional about what we do. So all this talk about data and research that you've heard this morning, evidence-based strategies, it all has to be very intentional. And so that's what we're trying to do, be very intentional and focus on teaching and learning and doing our best to eliminate opportunity gaps as we move forward to build a strong K-3 for our district, so that we can we have a stronger foundation, so as the kids progress to K-12, they'll be much stronger readers as they go through the district. So the next slide, our journey with letters. So it's been a journey. Of course, Bertie was a part of the first cohort, and teachers weren't necessarily excited at first, but they got excited. After a while, we had to do a lot of coaching and feeding and everything else. But one thing that teachers made really clear, that they didn't want to bother the instructional time as we were going through this training, right? They wanted that protected as we listened to teachers and my advisory council. So a lot of these teachers stepped up and they did this after school on the weekends. Principals provided an environment for the PD. Many of us after school or on Saturdays. And like I said, we were cheerleaders for them. We were going around trying to do everything that we could do to coach and cheerlead them on. And so, but they really stuck with it, because I know that we weren't satisfied with the data that we were getting. So we know it had to be a better way. So we were putting all our efforts in behind letters, because we knew that our kids deserved better, and we wanted them to experience positive academic and social outcomes. So that's what you see with all those bullets. But every time I do a presentation, or I ask my staff to do a presentation, I ask them to put pictures of kids in the presentations, because all this data is talking about children. And sometimes if we don't have the face of children, we can kind of be going through the motions. So that young man in the back there is Jackson, and I talked to his mom this morning on the way up here and told her I was going to talk about Jackson to make sure she was okay with it. But Superintendent Truitt met Jackson at convocation. But this is why we do what we do. This is one of the mansions I was telling you about. And I'll be quick, but Jackson is now in the 3rd grade. But when I met Jackson 4 years ago, he was a pre-K student who had an IEP. And he didn't do a lot of talking. But some kind of way Jackson and I connected immediately. I don't know if we were two husky people together. You see Jackson's he's a little stocky. But he pre-K, he came right to me, put his hands up for me to pick him up, and of course I did. But we just been kind of connected ever since. But Jackson's story is not unique, but it's a good story because, and I'll just keep it brief, that Jackson is no longer on IEP. He's now on 504. And he has met his targets with DIBELS. And of course he needs supports, but he is doing so much better. But it's because of the commitment of our teachers and trying to do what's right by kids and make sure they're successful. Jackson is one of our success stories, one of the many success stories of Bertie, but he is just one of the many mansions that we're trying to build as we're going forward in Bertie.
And we want all of our students to experience the successes that Jackson is experiencing. And so we have used our strategic plan, our district strategic plan, as our guide for all of the work, not only with letters, but with everything that we do. Dr. Smallwood is always putting that strategic plan in front of everybody, not just staff at the district level, but in the classrooms, with our parents, with our community members, with everyone. But in the classroom, the impact of letters on teaching and learning. I'm not going to go through all of them, I'll just highlight a few. But we have placed a heavy emphasis on promoting explicit multisensory instruction in the 5 components of reading. All of our pieces of materials for curriculum is based in the science of reading. As I heard, I believe, Superintendent Truitt say, we did have teachers using any and everything that they could find because they wanted to get the job done, but it was not working for us. And so we have come together, and Mrs. Mazzell, she was a big part of that, with us making sure that everything that we have in our classrooms is now aligned. We're using the evidence-based strategies that teachers have learned in the letters training. We've got print-rich classrooms, and a big piece of us that's in our district plan is writing. We had gotten away from writing, but now writing has become a major focus, and we even do many assessments in writing to make sure that our children are building their skills there as well. M-Class has been mentioned, and yes, we do, the next slide, we do use that. It's a powerful tool. We have found it to be very powerful in helping us to make sure that we are making data-informed decisions for instruction. It is also helping us within our core. I heard about the interventions, and yes, we do have time for intervention built into our regular school schedule, but within core, we are differentiating within the core to make sure that we are meeting the individual needs of the students within small groups. And that has really had a major impact on our results. And of course, MTSS is where all of this comes from. Assets in our district with implementation. We've been blessed that all of our elementary schools have instructional coaches and interventionists, and they're all working with teachers and with students. We do have our weekly professional learning communities with data. Not only are we collecting data and analyzing it, but then we're taking it to the next step in how we respond to the data. And then we come back and reflect
reflect on our response. Some of our principals and teachers have participated in the North Carolina Instructional Leadership Academy, and we're even using what we're learning there to take it back and align it with what we're doing with the science of reading implementation. All of our principals have playbooks as far as letting their staff and their parents and students know what is expected, and primarily in instruction. We do have that 120-minute block for literacy, and our principals have done a wonderful job with outlining what's expected within that 120-minute block. We do have professional development that's ongoing, and from the district level, we're doing consistent walkthroughs. And we tell our teachers it's not an I gotcha, it's for support. And we're learning as well what we need to do as far as support is concerned for our teachers. So how are we making it sustainable? We are fortunate to have an early literacy specialist. And this is her, she started in August or July, I believe. But she hit the road running. And so we have been very fortunate to work alongside with her. Our new elementary director, Dr. Howard, they have get the two of them paired together. You see one, most of the time you see the other, and they're working very well together. In our principal meetings, we are taking time to meet with our principals to make sure that we're equipping them with the tools that they need to be able to lead this initiative in their schools. I mentioned the PLCs, but we are moving from the title PLCs at the district level to achievement teams. What we're trying to do is to bring back the grade level times for meetings. We're finding out that many of our schools are very small, and you might have one kindergarten teacher in a school, and maybe one second grade teacher, and they don't have anyone to talk to. So we're bringing back the achievement team meetings so that they can share and problem solve and find out what they're doing in their classrooms. I've already talked about professional development, and I wanted to hit real quick on the connection between the elementary and middle school. We do have a struggle, a challenge with our middle school. And so what we're finding out is that we're having to have conversations between those level teachers to share strategies that might work for our middle school students. Yes, we did do our literacy intervention plan for K-3, but we've already started looking at our middle school and even our high school with the literacy intervention plan because we see the need of it. So from the field, I won't go through all of those, but one of the quotes that stuck out to me was from Renee Byram, who talked about the fact that we are now able to promote a structured learning culture that showcases the importance of literacy. It's all about instruction, and it's all about our students.
So this just culminated what we decided to do this year from our book study. All of this is a book called Get It in the Way. It just basically talks about being a roadblock to mitigate barriers that would cause students to not be successful. So that's our tagline and our theme for the year. So one of our hashtags. And of course, all this work in this letter with journeys and all about PD, it's all about trying to make sure our kids have the best outcomes that are possible. So that's basically our presentation. Any questions? I'll turn it over to Dr. Boone. No.
Any questions, comments? We can't celebrate you enough. What you're doing is exactly what needs to be done for our students. Thank you so much.
And you heard all the parts of the system. So at this time, I would like to call up for Clemens County Schools, Dr. Turner, Ms. Tracy Gregory, and Ms. Melissa Fields, and they're going to present what's happening in the field in Perquimans County.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Davis, State Board of Education, for having us here today. I'm proud to be here to represent Perquimans County and to talk about the exciting journey that we have been on in terms of literacy. Letters has been at the core of our efforts to raise the expectations of literacy in our school district. We have implemented literacy efforts K-12, and we have an unwavering commitment to continue on this journey because we have seen the remarkable results that have occurred due to our efforts. But I have two great people here with me today that have been extremely instrumental in making this happen at the classroom level. And so I want to introduce to you Melissa Fields, who is our Chief Academic Officer of Curriculum and Instruction in our county, and Ms. Tracy Gregory, who is the principal of Central School, and they're going to share with you the exciting journey that we have been on and the results that we have gained as a result of that journey.
Good morning, and thank you so much for allowing us to share our story. Again, I present greetings to our board, and thanks to our superintendent, Dr. Tanya Turner. Her vision in our district has really just been instrumental in helping us move forward over these past 4 years. So I'm going to share a little bit about our journey. The way we started was just building awareness about the importance of literacy. I'm going to talk more about that in just a bit. And then how we built our capacity for our staff, whether that was training for our K-5 teachers in literacy, the emphasis on implementing our programs that we were doing with fidelity in the way that they were designed, and then how we kind of pushed that up to our secondary schools. We're going to also share with you about our instructional framework and how we work with our MTSS as a framework for school improvement, and how that is all so much in alignment with our literacy improvements. And then also, we're going to talk about progress monitoring, not just progress monitoring with our students, which we know is critical for growth, but how are we progress monitoring our staff to make sure that they are improving as well. And then we're going to finally share some results with you all. So I'm going to start off with just our journey on literacy awareness. When Dr. Turner joined our team in 2019, literacy became the hedgehog for us. That was our hedgehog concept. If you know anything about Good to Great, you know what I'm talking about there. So we really looked at our strategic plan. So in the middle of a pandemic, we decided that, it's a really good time for us to redo our strategic plans. We were already in the process. We were able to finalize that, and our strategic plan is in direct alignment with Operation Polaris. So at our very first administrative retreat with Dr. Turner, we began talking about those high-yield literacy practices. What are those things that we want to make sure we see in every classroom? Again, we followed up with our strategic plan in alignment with Operation Polaris. And then all of a sudden you start hearing all this stuff come out about how we're redefining literacy in the state. Well, as a teacher, leader, principal, media coordinator with 30 years of experience, we get this new definition of literacy. For 25, 30 years, I've been teaching balanced literacy. My textbook in college was Lucy Calkins. So when I start hearing this stuff, I'm listening to a state board meeting one day, and I'm hearing about this whole new vision for literacy, and it hurt my stomach. I said, no, we can't do that. Are you telling me 25, 30 years in my career I've been doing it wrong and there's a better way of doing business? Well, the research began to come clear to me, and so I knew I had been principal at Miss Gregory's school. I had spent the bulk of my career career there, these people were not going to be happy about it. And Sharon, just planting the seeds. These are some things that are coming. These are things we need to be ready for. We also partnered with the ELA team at DPI. They began to provide some training with us. We got some training from Jen Hodge at MCAT, just planting the seeds of the science of reading. Then also, it was really important for us to have administrative buy-in. Well, there's no problem. We have great leaders in our district, Tracy Gregory, John Lassiter. They were right on board with us, and they were eager to learn, and they were eager to do what was right. But in addition to that, we also started getting buy-in from our secondary leaders. Because what's going to happen with these kids if we build a foundation at the K2 level, at the 3-5 level, and then we send them on to middle and high school? And you heard Amy Ryan talk about that today. What are we going to do with them? So again, we partnered with DPI, we partnered with our ELA friends. They helped lead book studies for our secondary friends, and they also were great supports to us. And then we've recently begun a new initiative with our Keys to Literacy at the secondary level, because we want to make sure that our momentum doesn't stop. And then finally, it was important for us to have some of those crucial conversations. As I mentioned, I've been a principal at Brookwomen Central School, I've been a media coordinator, I've been a teacher there. These people didn't want to hear about the science of reading. They wanted their level readers, they wanted their guided reading groups. They were not happy. But another great experience that I had in Brookwomen County was I was fortunate to be the principal at the high school. So I saw those same children that went through reading recovery in first grade. I saw them at the high school, and they were not successful readers. So even though they were reading with me on Turtle TV, and they were readers or leaders, and they were the reader of the week in first grade, without the supports and scaffolds that we were providing to them, they could not sustain that as the texts became more complex and the demands became more complex. So we had to start having those crucial conversations with teachers. What you're doing isn't wrong. It isn't bad. It worked for some of your children, but it's not working for all of our children. And what can we do to better support them? So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gregory, and she's going to tell you what we did.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. It really does begin with leadership. When Dr. Turner came back from Clemson County, I came like a month later, and the vision she had, when we did the strategic plan, it lined up right with Operation Polaris. And she knew she was on point, and I didn't have to worry about buy-in because Ms. Fields and I began our career together as well. We've known each other for over 30 years, so I was already sold. It was just that I had to get, I called Dr. Turner in and I said, Dr. Turner, you're such a great EVOS guru, to say the least. And so anytime I go into a school, when I've been fortunate to be in 3 different schools, I always look at the data because the data is objective. And so I called Dr. Turner and I said, hey, I'm looking at this EVOS data, can you come back and present to our school? And she did, and they didn't like it. Because data is objective. And so we're looking at our kindergarten data, and they had not made growth in 5 years. But not just not made growth, the little eclipse at the end, that's how far it was. But then first grade made a lot of growth, and then second grade kind of pendulum back. So I thought, we got to look at what she had started in administrative retreat. People are your most important asset, right? So you want to invest in people. When Dr. Turner, she invests in us. She equips the principals to go back and invest in teachers, which will ultimately impact the students. So we have an MTSS that she had us do an administrative retreat, and we had to look and rate our teachers on all 5 domains, and then compare that to how they were actually being scored in their, what do you think the scores look like? Anybody want to guess? Do you think they're all accomplished? And what do you think the results look like? Okay, so we're doing that, and then just like we expect MTSS to happen with teachers and students, we as principals were expected to help our teachers that were on the intensive need to support, give that support. So that was an eye-opener for me because I've never done that before. And so starting that process, we analyze the people, and then, just like the book From Good to Great, you put the people in the right positions. It's not that they need to be off the bus, they just might not be in the right seat. Well, they might not like that because I've been teaching kindergarten for 15 years and I'm going to keep teaching it the way I want to teach it. Well, maybe that's not the right place for you. So when I first got to Brooklyn Central School, it's a pretty tough staff, and I think Dr. Turner had a lot of phone calls about me because I'm a very nice person, but I wanted to make sure you have to act as a sense of urgency. If the students need your help, it's just like if you were in a sinking ship. Are you going to wait or are you going to act? So we analyze the human capital, we put the teachers in the right positions, and then we develop them, even the ones that are kind of okay, where you feel like they're green, they can always get better. So what we actually did is we had our great PD, and my assistant principal was going through letters training the same time the teachers were going through that. But they got to come together, debrief, talk about those foundational skills, and act on it. And those teachers that were already really successful, well, there's your other leadership. They became teacher leaders. So they actually became the chairs of their grade level, and they helped develop what we call win groups, whatever I need. And then finally, we evaluated them. We made sure that our walkthroughs, and I've never had a superintendent do this, but she comes through every single month. And she knows what's going on in the school. So if she gets a phone call from a parent about a teacher, she can get first-hand knowledge about what that classroom's like because she's in there all the time. So our walkthroughs mirrored our instructional framework, and we're going to talk about that on the next slide, I believe. Yes. Our literacy instructional framework, we had all of our teachers, because the biggest thing of MTSS is Tier 1. And I heard it said, but I was glad to hear that. So much time was being sending kids out of the classroom because they were below grade level and they needed to get intervention. And guess what? They were going to another teacher that taught it a different way, and they're already at risk, and they're losing their core instruction, and then they're coming back and we're wondering why. How come they're not successful? Well, that's why. So our focus was our literacy instructional framework. And you got to get buy-in, because teachers, they might be compliant, but are they really sold for the process? So the literacy instructional framework, the teachers had to identify, what is our instruction going to look like? Well, Ms. Fields had already come out a year and a half before they got to the letters cohort. And I was so glad she did, because she planted those seeds, and we could already let the teachers kind of get that anger out and that resistance out, so that when they finally got in the training, they were a little bit more open-minded and willing to start the process. So that was really critical to us. Then we had to look at our curriculum, and we have been using Letterland forever. That's just probably 10 years or more. I read it probably 7 to 8 years. And they were ready to get rid of the curriculum, start a new curriculum. We gotta have something new because our kids are not doing well. Well, what do you think they need? What do you think would be the first step? First, let's see if we're doing it with fidelity. Because what teachers were doing, they were doing part of the curriculum that they liked or that they thought was gonna work. But guess what? The parts that they didn't like, they didn't do. If they didn't want to do the word detectives in Letterland, they didn't do it. So I was like, you know what, guys? I'm all about a curriculum review, but let's first do it with fidelity. And then when we did a curriculum analysis, we realized that the Letterland hit that decoding part, which is part of the science of reading, and the Rady program hit the language acquisition part. So the only thing we really didn't have was something that hit phonemic awareness. So I said, well, the curriculum district had Haggerty that they put on the literacy intervention plan. So we made sure all of our teachers got trained in Haggerty, using that for phonemic awareness, Letterland training again with the best trainer, Cindy Cook. She came back out and she retaught our teachers that have been doing it for 10 years. But this time, we made sure that when we went in those classrooms, that we were looking to see that you were doing every part of the Letterland program, every part of the reading program, and that you were implementing the science and reading strategies as was taught. And then we started seeing skilled readers. And you know what? Once teachers start having success, sometimes they forget the way they used to do it, because now their kids are learning. And you know, everybody says, what's their philosophy of education? All children can learn. But did they really believe it? Because they would tell me, Miss Gregory, you can't get blood out of a turnip. Well, you don't believe all kids can learn. You tell me that. When I interviewed you, you told me you believed that. But then, when their data came up, and this is another thing I did, every teacher had to meet with me individually. Because you know why? They could not hide behind a group. You know how you got that talker that talks for everybody in the group? That was me, by the way. Those teachers had to come in with their data and tell me about their data. And not just numbers, but people, kids. And that's a difference. When you're putting a child in front of you, instead of just putting a number up there, it becomes personal. And I was just telling Dr. Turner, 4 years ago, when we did those data conferences, it was like crickets in my office. And there were tears in my office. But this time, we just had our individual data conferences, and the teachers came to me. I didn't have to ask one question. They already knew what I was going to ask. They already prepared their data, and they already knew their next steps, and it was so refreshing. I told Ms. Fields when we were driving today, I said, my job is to get myself out of a job. I want it to be systemic. I want teachers to know how to analyze their data. I want them to know what the next steps are, and I want them to be able to come tell me what that is. So, our reading proficiency, I don't know if that's the next slide up here. Oh, progress monitoring. Before we get to the good part, progress monitoring is so key. Some of our teachers started out really well with progress monitoring, and what that means is they're analyzing their students and tailoring that instruction to improve their literacy. Well, some of them started out really well, and then they fizzled out. Or some of them did start out well, and then they started getting really good at it. But you cannot have success unless you progress monitor. Those teachers, if they have intensive students in their classroom that need a lot of intervention, they have to progress monitor so they can see what skill deficits they have, so they'll know what instruction to provide. If you didn't progress monitor, and then we had our middle of year data conference, the first thing I would say after they did it, I said, well, you only progress monitor twice. And then they had nothing to say. See, before, if you don't inspect what you expect, teachers can kind of get by on you, but when you're progress monitoring teachers and making sure they're progress monitoring students, then you're going to see success. So I feel like we, as leadership, did that, and then our teachers were doing it with the students, and then finally, we made sure we had interventions. But before we did interventions, we improved that core, and we did whatever I needed. That was just working on those foundational skills before we moved into Tier 2 intervention. So, we started out 46% proficient. So, we definitely had to work on our core. And then the pandemic hit, but we still tried to stay strong. And then we got to, what's that percentage? 61%, 67%, and then last year, 79%. And I was just so excited. I told Dr. Turner, I said, I've never been out of school where we have a goal higher than that. And she said, well, Ms. Gregory, I think we can do that. So our read proficiency goal this year is 85%, but my main focus is growth. Growth will produce proficiency, but we're going to aim high. And now teachers don't tell me they can't get blood out of a turnip, because all kids can learn, and this is definitely reducing that achievement gap among our special learning students, our MLL students. Also groups, when we did our data presentation for Dr. Turner and Ms. Fields on Monday, we look at every subgroup. We look at every single one. And when the teachers meet with me, they're looking at every single subgroup. And that makes a difference, I think. And then Dr. Turner told me at a minister's council, if you look at the next slide, that we were invited to this State Board of Education because our kids did really well. So if you look, we outperformed the state in every single grade. And the foundational skills is what makes long, lifetime readers. Sometimes, I remember being a K-5 teacher, used to think, put your best teachers in 3-5. No, if you build a house, you need a strong foundation. If you get those foundational skills, they will be able to read. And like Ms. Fields said, when they get to high school, they're going to continue to be able to read. So I'm just so happy what we're doing in Perquimans County Schools. Y'all come out, because my quote is, the transformation is real. Thank you.
Thank you. Hit the button and turn it on when in doubt. At this time, our last district is going to come up. This is Beaufort County Schools. Dr. Cheeseman, Dr. Parker, Miss Lisa Silva, and Miss Denise Owens. And for the sake of time, I know we have a panel, but they're already answering all my questions in their presentation. So I think you also have, is Miss Lynn Whittington with you? If she wants to come up and also just share her information, that we'll just blend it all together because they're stealing my thunder already.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Matthew Cheeswick, Superintendent of Beaufort County Schools. Super excited to be there, but also super excited to be home here at East Carolina University. As I finished my graduate work last year, so I'm officially a pirate. Super excited. But Ruben brought that up to my attention earlier today. Congratulations on your new position. But Ruben and I met each other, I believe it was in February of 2022. Days after we had just started into the letters cohort, where the state superintendent came down and did a walkthrough of our district the day before I defended my dissertation. So with that, I can handle any other stress in life now. But through that, I just want to talk a little bit about our journey. Thank you to the State Board of Education for inviting us to be here. And if you take a look at this first slide, the first three slides actually are just really professional development and leadership training that I have received through North Carolina State Superintendents Association with Executive Director Jack Hoke, and really helping us as leaders grow. And I looked at this slide and I really thought to myself, you know, where are we going? Here are letters that came into Beaufort County January of 2021. We're in the second cohort, right in the middle of actually a math adoption process. And our Board of Education turned to all of us and said, we just absolutely cannot put anything else on our teachers and our students and our parents. So if this is the guide of the State Board of Education, then we're going to stop everything else, and this is where we're going to focus. And so it went really well with the board in that regard. And so we really started looking at, looking out of the windshield, seeing the future, what this could be for all of us. And yes, you still want to look in the rearview mirror as to where you came from, but we really got excited about where we were headed. Obviously, change is hard. So if you look at the next slide, this came from professional development that I received in San Antonio, Texas just a few months ago, where Fall Creek, Wisconsin superintendent put this slide up with this phrase, and it just resonated with me. And it really resonates with me around every interaction, really honestly when it comes with letters. Ms. Gregory, Ms. Fields, Dr. Turner, Dr. Smallwood, others who presented here today, what I've really heard you talk about are behaviors. Just behaviors in terms of how adults work with students on every single interaction around reading, that science of reading, but the level of instruction and the moment of time. Don't we all wish we just had more time? And so I looked at this in terms of how do we be intentional with the message that we're sending around letters and the science of reading, especially when we did get kickback and feedback from our professional educators. Dr. Smallwood, you talked a little bit about lots of conversations and lots of feeding, right? We took a lot of medicine as leaders as well, I would say. and we have persevered through that. But in short, when you look at the next slide, this comes from a superintendent's leadership, executive cohort leadership, professional development training. Stephen Covey really talks about whether your systems are perfectly aligned to get the results that you're getting. And so that's what we did in Beaufort County. We started to peel the onion back. Why are we getting the results that we're getting? And how do we actually calibrate what we're trying to do inside Beaufort County schools in order for all of us to achieve the desired student outcomes that every family, every parent, every guardian wants for their child. And so we really started looking at, as you said earlier here today, Chairman Davis, outputs versus inputs. So what were we really putting into our classrooms, and what did that look like, sound like, and feel like? And so if you turn to the next page, we had to really figure out what that system calibration and alignment looked like. What did the General Assembly really want for children in the state of North Carolina? What was the voice of the State Board of Education around letters and the science of reading? Also, how DPI could support us, not just as a state, but more specifically as Beaufort County Schools, and you've done that tremendously, and I applaud you and thank you for that. But also how the Beaufort County Board of Education could speak about letters, the science of reading, also talk with their professional educators as to why it was so relevant and so important. So again, we had to take time. We had to show them the windshield view. We had to calibrate with what this could be for all of us, especially when you're working in a school district that had 14 schools, 6,000 students, and one school that had 16 lateral entry teachers out of 19 positions. And I said that to you a year ago, and you'll be really encouraged around what you saw, or what you see in this data. But also we had to work with our principals. We had to work with our professional educators, not just in terms of training them, but also helping them understand what the greater good is for children, and then how did we message this specifically to students, families, and communities. So in short, we realized in January of 2021, this is inevitable. We're doing this. We're all in. The state says, let's go. The Board of Ed stops everything else in Beaufort County, and we're all in. And then how did we align behaviors of that human element to say, we're going to do something so powerful, even though we're not exactly sure exactly what it looks like, and even though we're not really sure as an individual if we're truly on board yet. And just as a small anecdotal, letters training was so massive, especially in Beaufort County schools, that the time did not afford our professional educators really all of what they needed in order to learn it during their business hours or professional work hours. And it struck me as a superintendent in March of 2022 that I was March of 2021, that I was literally sitting at Buchellas Toyota getting my car serviced on a Saturday morning and recognized a teacher from John Small Elementary School sitting 2 rows up, highlighting all of her training materials at 11 o'clock on a Saturday morning. And then I realized, okay, we're completely invested in this, not just in our professional time, but our personal time. And I really started to think, is that fair to our employees? So the Board of Education actually put in $125,000 of additional money in order to train more people, not just what the state was training for us. So we applaud the Beaufort County Board of Education for doing that. But the initiative started taking off. People started to understand where we are and where we're going. And so I invite Dr. Norris Parker, Chief Academic Officer, to the microphone to talk about where we were, where we are, and where we're headed. Thank you.
Good morning. So all of us can remember back in March of 2020, and I'd like to just extend a hearty thank you for every educator in the state, because we really had to switch from strategic leadership to tactical leadership. A lot of different systems, strategies were really committed on the fly. So what I wanted to do was look at our district's data in a 3-part set, and it really aligns to what North Carolina Department of Public Instruction does in terms of pre-COVID, after COVID, and what we're doing to recover from COVID. And so you look at our pre-COVID data, not only were we not a low-performing district, we didn't have any low-performing schools. Okay? And that is a result of consistent instructional time, consistent practices, of course, which are interrupted by COVID. If you look at the data to the right of that, we had a precipitous drop, which was pretty much all across the state. We went to a designated low-performing district, which we will see next slide. several factors on your left. Our teacher commitment to this cohort, our commitment as a CNI team and as a school admin teams, the walkthrough process that we go in on a regular basis, that we have informal, non-evaluative conversations in addition to the NESIS process are very important. That we have had a much more stronger emphasis on writing, especially in the early grades, is very important. Our Board of Education's commitment. Not only did we train our ELA-based teachers, but we went above and beyond. We trained all of our elective teachers as well, the arts, the music, the PE teachers, and that is very important. And we used district funds to do this because we wanted to make sure that we were all in, every staff member, every instructional person was trained and was ready to be able to deliver this instrument to fidelity. As Dr. Cheeseman alluded before, and I go back to the ELA adoption, we completed an ELA adoption a couple of years ago, Reading Horizons and Wonders, and luckily we had that in place. We built that framework in order to be able to layer that on top of the science and moving forward. As he also alluded before, we just completed a K-5 math adoption a few months ago, but because of the importance of letters, we had halted all of that process and then just kind of re-upped that a little while later. And then we're also in the process of looking at a science adoption process as we look to go as a team as we move forward. So if you look at our 2023 results, we're really, really pleased as a district about where this is going. And if you look at our schools, 5 of the 6 schools you see listed here had an increase in reading proficiency. 9 of our 12 schools had an increase in school performance grade. And we're truly, truly pleased about that. This is just the beginning of the training in Beaufort County. And to give you a better idea of a school level's process and procedures and practices, I'm going to introduce admin team from Chocolate Indian Primary School, Ms. Lane Whittington and Ms. Silva, instructional coach.
As you see here on the screen, it is the literacy specialist job description. But we know that it's so much more than that, especially for us in Beaufort County. The person that we have been honored to work with as our literacy specialist in the last 2 years, we've had 2. One that came from and spent the year with us last year, and another one that has started this year who has taken over in her spot. Both of them have been so tremendously such a valuable asset to Beaufort County Schools because of the vast literacy knowledge and the experiences that they have brought to us and the passion that they have for literacy. That it has helped us as a county to see advancement in all of our literacy data. The support and the guidance that they give to the curriculum director, the conversations and the challenges that they give to the instructional coaches that are and then able to go back into the school system and work with our teachers at our schools, has truly made a difference in Beaufort County schools. They are trained to help us so that then we can go into the schools and provide that knowledge to our teachers and make sure that if everything that we are doing is what's best for students. They have also trained letters ambassadors for each one of our schools that are K-5 so that they have somebody on site to help them with the science of reading and this intense letters coursework that they've been going through. They get to take that knowledge and use that person that is right there to guide them through many professional developments, to coach them if there's something that they don't understand, to help them implement it into the classrooms and have those critical conversations of how to transfer that letters knowledge and the tools that we've been given into our instruction. Not for it just to be a course that we've taken and then put to a side, but to take all of that information and be able to incorporate that into our daily teaching so that we can see results. Our personal story for Beaufort County Schools is our literacy specialist has done wonders for our low-performing schools so that they have the knowledge to help their teaching be more successful. Because the biggest thing that we hear from our teachers is they didn't truly understand those foundational skills and how to teach them. And for us at Chalkonady Primary School, where we were a higher performing school, we didn't know how to get to that next step. You know, we were a B school and we were striving to give our students the knowledge that they needed to become the highest level that they could become. And by having this literacy specialist in our schools to help us take it one step further and really dig into the weeds to see what we could go back and improve upon was those foundational skills. We were sending readers off to the middle school that were strong readers leaving us at the elementary school because they could read single syllable words, but they didn't have the knowledge that they needed to take apart those multisyllabic words. The letters knowledge that we've been given has given us those foundational skills to teach our students in a way that they know how to take apart and learn how words truly do work. And then when they're learning that at these lower levels in K-3, then they're able to free up their brain to truly focus on the vocabulary and the comprehension pieces needed to be truly successful readers. So we are very fortunate that we're able to have this liaison between the state and our county to be successful and teach students at the best of our abilities.
Hi, so thank you for having us again today. I'm supposed to be on the principal panel, so I'll just speak on where we're going from here and how we plan to sustain all the work that we've already done in Beaufort County. Again, I'm a principal at Chalkonady Primary School, but I'll speak also on behalf of all the principals in Beaufort County. As Ms. Silva just said, from our low performance schools to the higher performance schools, we're all working together because it is for the best interest of our students. One thing that we do at Chalkonady Primary is implement professional learning cycles. And for the past couple of years, those cycles have been based on the instructional practices based on the science of reading. So we have been incorporating what our teachers have been learning with letters. We also implemented the program that Dr. Parker spoke of, Reading Horizons. So we have a school-wide Reading Horizons time where we are explicitly teaching the phonics instruction. So from 8 to 9 o'clock, everyone in our building is learning those foundational skills that's needed before we're able to put any complex text in front of them. I think earlier someone mentioned, of course you have to have a vision that's aligned to our strategic plan, but you also have to have leadership, and then through that you have to have support. So the accountability part that is required from the district leaders as well as the school-based leaders is extremely important. Through the PLCs, we have learning walks, we have peer observations, observation and feedback time. So we're able to get in those classrooms and ensure that this work is being taught as the teachers are learning it through the Letters program. But then not only the accountability, we have to provide them with the support. So Ms. Silva and I work very closely together along with Ms. Hodges, our assistant principal that's here today, supporting us as well, but we all work together because the accountability has to be there, but they have to have support in order to truly understand the teaching and learning that needs to take place. So we have a great system at our school. Something also, everybody from the presentations, as you guys were speaking today, made me think different things. Last year, it was really important for us to bring in the parent support and community support based around this because we were changing how we were teaching reading. And some of our parents attended Chalkonady Primary School, so they've been, we've been teaching the same way for 30 years. So we brought some parents from our subgroups in, and we met with them and had great conversations around how they could prompt students at home for questioning when they were reading. All of our parents said, we're reading with our child every night, but they're not growing, they're not performing, so what do we need to do? So we had boot camps with our parents to change how they were asking questions at home around the reading also. Of course, the IRPs, the individual reading plans, is another way that we plan to sustain and that we plan to monitor this instruction as well. I think the biggest thing for us, like Ms. Silva just mentioned, is we were a high-performance school, and our teachers thought they were doing it right as well. They, looked at our testing results, and they were like, here's the data, so why do we need to change anything that we're doing? But as we say, Chalkonady Primary, they drank the Kool-Aid. So you'll see from the next slide, the data
that you'll see, it proves it. Ms. Sue and I were at an iReady Summit last week, and someone said, we trust in God, but everyone else bring your data. So we can build that buy-in and we can build that culture at our school if you show them in black and white what the data is. And once we started our letters implementation process, we were able to see some encouraging results. So we were able to see the data, and our teachers are drinking the Kool-Aid. So thank you.
If you go back to the last slide. So this is where the rubber really meets the road, and I just want to focus on the top couple of lines, specifically the horizontal line with BCS, which stands for Beaufort County Schools. The other lines below that stand for individual schools. And so the big picture here overall in terms of celebration is that every grade level, 3 through 8, experienced an increase in reading proficiency from last year to this year. Okay. Even more so, just as important as you guys know, when you look at cohort data, when you look at a cohort of students move from grade to grade, you're more able to discern the effectiveness of teacher practices. And so when you look at last year's 3rd graders to this year's 4th graders, and et cetera, 4 out of 5 cohorts increased in reading proficiency. And that is a true teller of the commitment from the district level to the school level, all around the district, as you can tell, about the effectiveness of this program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Chisholm.
Once again, we just really wanted to thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to share our story. We want to thank our teachers, teacher assistants, anyone and everyone involved in the education of our children in our county. And most importantly, we continue to look forward to the training that we need to do each and every year for our new employees who come onto our staff around letters, and how do you truly make it sustainable? And one last thought, how do you fund that over time to ensure that all public school systems in the great state of North Carolina have that funding that they need in order to sustain something that we have shown with data today works in Beaufort County and across the state. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Bertie for Clemens and Beaufort County Schools. I'll turn to Ms. Kamitz, who's led our literacy efforts. Ms. Kamitz.
Well, I'm going to start by just bragging a little bit. I mentioned yesterday that you're not going to see more committed leaders than we have across the Northeast, and I think now everyone can see what I was talking about. I am sure that across the state we would hear those stories repeated. But I also have to go back to Dr. Bryan's presentation. We just saw the critical importance on the district level in leadership to get this work done, to get the buy-in where it needs to be, and we have got to continue to push for that leadership across the state in every single district, so that every single child is receiving the kind of instruction they need to have to be successful leaders. I also think that we're starting to see some data that is showing the folks on the ground that the blood, sweat, and tears are worth it, and that our children are responding to this change. So I'm just so grateful for all of that.
Thank you, Ms. Kamitz. I would only add that, so we saw 3 different examples, 3 different districts working somewhat independently, and yet there were common themes across all 3. First was know where you're going, have a strategic plan. Second is that leadership, commitment, and buy-in. Third was being willing to deal with change, whether it's change because you're not doing so well, or change because you're doing well but you need to do better. 4th was just really connecting strongly with teachers, and probably the most important 5th one, Jackson. Remember, it's all about our students. So to those 3 districts, and every district out there that's doing this hard work, thank you for showing us how to do it, and thank you for inspiring us to do more. And speaking of inspiring, I think our superintendent has a special award to make.
I do. Thank you, Chair Davis. We are going to be giving an award this morning that we call the Science of Reading True Trailblazer Award. And we're so excited to share with you all this morning that the winner of this award is Bertie County Schools. They are the first district in the Northeast to win this award. And in a minute, I'll ask Dr. Smallwood and Dr. Bullock and Mrs. Mazzell, who is here with us today, to come up and join us. But I just want to share with everyone that, as you saw from the presentation this morning, Bertie County has been at the forefront of this enormous shift to the science of reading for the past 3 years. They have used letters to leverage and further enhance their literacy practices to implement new evidence-based programs in phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, and while they've been implementing letters, they've been providing the professional development around writing for all K-12 staff, which provided a very strategic, systematic approach for staff to improve their instructional practices. So we've seen so much amazing results this morning, but as a reminder, in Bertie County, kindergarten had the same growth rate as the state and moved above state proficiency. Grades 1 through 3 outpaced the state in growth, and all subgroups either had the same or outpaced state growth. So, and our Black and Hispanic subgroup students' proficiencies outpaced the state. And in fact, your third grade growth is the highest in the state. So, thank you. This is what leadership is all about. And your commitment to your students makes you very much the perfect district to earn the Science of Reading True Trailblazer Award.
And so building on that success in grades K through 3, now we will look at an opportunity to extend amplified diagnostic testing to grades 4 and 5. And who better to tell us about that than our 2023 Wells Fargo Principal of the Year, Donna Bledsoe.
Sorry about that. Everybody should have a hype crowd like Leo Carver and right there. So, a lot of great information has been shared today. Just piggybacking off of our strategic planning that Dr. Ryan spoke about, what does happen after third grade? And so that's what I'm here to talk about today. We have been using DIBELS 8 in 4th and 5th grade in Surrey County prior to letters implementation. I actually did not know until the drive home from Raleigh after my first state board meeting on the phone with my director of elementary curriculum that everybody did not do it. And so that has kind of launched just a little passion of mine to advocate for that. So, the Excellent Public Schools Act of 2021. I was asked about a year ago what legislation I believe will have the most impact on education, and I said the Excellent Public Schools Act of 2021. It gives us the how to meet Read to Achieve standards so that all students are reading at grade level. In it, it says, the part that's highlighted here that says that we will continue to progress reading proficiency so that he or she can read, comprehend, integrate, and apply complex texts needed for secondary education and career success. We know that does not end at third grade. Facilitating early grade reading proficiency in kindergarten, first, second, and third shall be assessed with valid, reliable, formative, and diagnostic reading assessments made available to local school administrative units by the state board. We use Amplify as our vendor in the state of North Carolina. This meets our state board goals to eliminate opportunity gaps and to improve performance, and also, of course, meet our educator preparedness. DIBELS 8 is a set of short 1-minute fluency measures that can be used for universal screeners, benchmark assessments, and progress monitoring in kindergarten through 8th grade. Currently, we use it in our state kindergarten through grade 3. The benefits of grade 4 could serve students by affording educators the tools to comprehensively support each student's literacy development and implement the letter strategies. 4th and 5th grade teachers under the model of using DIBELS 8 would follow the same guidelines as K-3 teachers with benchmarks, individual reading plans, and be assessed with a valid, reliable, formative, and diagnostic reading assessment so that they're not just held to the summative of check-ins and EOGs. DIBELS 8 in 4th and 5th grade assesses oral reading fluency and accuracy and the Maze comprehension part. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about oral fluency. So oral reading fluency is an excellent predictor of later reading difficulties regardless of the student's background. Without this, teachers who often believe their students have a reading comprehension deficiency, in fact, they are weak in components of word recognition and the automated word reading of words. So relating back to Dr. Howard's presentation on the NAEP study in 2002, they actually did a correlation of oral reading fluency and scale score proficiency, which correlates that the more proficient a student can read, the higher their oral reading fluency, the more likely they are to pass the EOG. Because we've been using DIBELS 8 in the county for several years, we have actually been able to correlate, and you'll go to the next slide, that the ORF fluency component, so there's a fluency component and the accuracy component, that the ORF fluency component aligns to EOG outcomes in 4th and 5th grade. I believe it would also align with 3rd grade, except for we do not retest students who have made a pathway. If we did, you would more than likely see that correlation as well. But what this slide shows you is that our EVOS projections were 55% in this 21-22 school year. Our outcome was 55.8%, and our ORF fluency was 56%. So if you think that your 4th and 5th grade teachers would not buy into this, it is a true formative assessment that leads them to be able to know how their students will do on an end of grade test. So we say there's not a correlation between DIBELS 8 and EOG, but I would say that there is, because the more fluent a reader is, once they can read efficiently, it allows them to then concentrate on the meaning of that they apply during silent reading. So essentially, if they have that skill, they can then pass the EOG because they're going to be able to not struggle through the words and be fluent readers. So this is our next year of tracking this. So same thing there, you see that our outcome was 55% in 4th grade, our EVOS projection was 56, and our EOG data was 57%. So we look at composite breakdowns, and I just will make this plug here. So this is my schools data in 21-22. Again, we've been using this K-5 for a few years, but we began our letters implementation in the 22-23 school year, which is last year, and you see across the data that our kindergarten went from 14 to 63%, 2nd grade 30 to 60, and you can track cohorts. I will tell you, because of our letters implementation, progress monitoring, core tier 1 instruction, We saw the greatest gains of our summer camp this year, and we saw the least summer slide. My third graders that left at 61, they assessed at the beginning of the year in fourth grade at 72%. So we think it's right, we believe in it, and I'm going to give you a student example. So we've seen a lot of data today that talks about like districts, schools, and so I think it's always relevant to bring it back to the Jacksons, right? You got to bring it back to the student. So if you'll go to the next slide, it's right after this. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, mine's black and white, so I got thrown off by the colors for a second. So this is a student A. So student A passed the EOG last year on a retest. So student A is not a reading retained student in a school that did not use Dibble's aid. He looks to be a proficient reader. What we know about student A, though, is that when we assess at the beginning of the year, their fluency and accuracy is red and yellow. As that teacher can dig further in this, so if you go to the next slide, we are able to see, or we're able to track by progress monitoring her every 2 weeks, that she is making track towards her aim line. So I was a fourth grade teacher. So when I got kids and they passed the EOG, I was working on comprehension with them because that's what I knew how to do. If I was a fourth grade teacher today and I was able to assess my kids at the beginning of the year, I'm going to take student A and now know I can't work on her comprehension. I've got to start working on her reading fluency, and that's why this matters. Because we are not equipping our teachers with the right tools to work smarter and not harder if we're not doing these things. So if you go to the next slide, I also can figure out from her data exactly what she needs. I click a button and it tells me all the word fluency skills I need to work with her in small group intervention. So the teacher can easily assess those instructional lesson plans to address that student's specific needs. Every piece of this aligns with letters, Unit 4, Lesson 6, which is all about oral reading fluency and how if we can get this piece right, our students can then be successful on summative tests like the end of grade because they will have the automaticity, the prosody to then be reading to learn. So that is a pretty short and sweet since we've been here all morning hearing about this amazing stuff. I get to tie it in a pretty little bow to say that this correlates with what Dr. Howard is saying for NAEP studies and getting students more proficient. Definitely, Dr. Ryan and Kelly, I'd like to get in a room with you and just like be in our happy place, right? Because all of this, it is just amazing. But at the end of the day, if we want to move forward, I believe that this lights our pathway to success because it equips all of our teachers with exactly what they need to hone in on each student's success. If I was a teacher, I'm not sure I would do right by student A without this. Everybody talks about progress monitoring. We progress monitor everybody every 2 weeks. We have individual reading plans, K-5 for core instruction. Every 2 weeks for MTSS, I'm able to click a button, pull up every kid and see where they're at towards their aim line. This is not just about at-risk kids. This is about also moving your highest kids in 4th and 5th grade because you can continue to target their individual goals. So, if you want to get real in the weeds, come see me and I'll tell you all about my happy place. But I do hope today that we can continue to advocate to ensure that our 4th and 5th grade students and teachers are equipped with what they need. And I believe that the thing at the right time. And so our stars are aligning. Science of Reading, letters, Excellent Public Schools Act, everything is just coming together, and I believe we will be back on track to not need core individual reading plans anymore, because we'll have more than 80% of our kids proficient when we start the years. So that's it for the lecture for me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bledsoe. Any comments or questions before we take a pause for lunch? Superintendent.
Well, now we all know, if we didn't before, why you are our North Carolina Principal of the Year. So Mrs. Canitz and I have been plotting for quite some time about how to best get this information in front of the board. That the fact that we need for the state to amend the Excellent Public Schools Act to require grades 4 and 5 to use the DIBELS 8 data to do what we're asking of our kindergarten through 3rd grade teachers, which is to individualize or personalize instruction in those grades for our 4th and 5th grade teachers as well. And so when we learned that this was something that that Donna was incredibly passionate about, we thought, well, again, the stars have aligned, because we know that you have been doing this, and you're seeing the fruits of your labor, or your children are. So this will definitely be something that the board hears about again as we put our legislative agenda together for the short session.
Other comments? Ms. Candace.
We've talked about using data, but the data is shadowing us right now, that we have got to do this in the 4th and 5th grade. And I know we're going to middle school this afternoon, but we cannot stop at 3rd grade. And the data is crystal clear on that.
Okay, well, we will now break for lunch, but just to whet your appetite, this afternoon we'll focus on implementing this work in grades beyond the 3rd grade. So this is a little teaser right before lunch. So enjoy your lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. to be better, because we're starting off with round 2 of the Dr. Tammy Howard show. Put your hands together for Tammy. As she makes her way down the runway. So this morning we looked at a number of unique aspects about literacy and learned a lot and were reminded of a lot. But this afternoon we're going to start with a look at middle grades end of grade reading data and what that tells us. Dr. Howard.
Thank you, Chair Davis, and thank you for that. I appreciate it very much. Doesn't happen too often, I'll just say that. So we're going to start with Nate again with grade 8 reading. And so you can see on the screen the distribution of the subgroups from 2022. And this was smaller than the percent that we had in 2019. It was not significantly different from 1998. And if you'll be confident this morning, grade 4 was significantly different from 1998. But in this case, grade 8 is not, so I think that's worth noting. And then on the next slide, you'll see again, we're referencing the Black subgroup population, the Hispanics, and the students who participate in the National School Lunch Program. These are consistent with what we saw in grade 4, as there has been no reduction of that gap in looking at these reference groups. And this is beginning with grade 6, and again, this is very of the exact same years and depiction with the demarcation for the changes with the assessment and the content standards, and you can see the same information again. Interestingly, again, I went through, and you don't see it on the screen, but if you did, and we ordered the order that the subgroups are performing, it is the same. It matches up to the grade 4. Again, there's a couple of slides where, particularly students with Black and American Indian kind of lay across and talk with each other a little bit, but really and truly the order is maintained as we go through. And so again, we see the next one is students with disabilities and LEP, economically disadvantaged, and the all student subgroup, and we really don't see any difference here as well. So we see similar information. I will point out on slide 27. I did notice that the line for the all students group did not get picked up on the slide, so I apologize for that. It is the numbers 46.7, 48.8, and 50.1. So just to know that's your all students group. So if we can go ahead, knowing that you have access to these on the PowerPoint, to slide 31, let's look at this chart that shows us the grade level proficiency, which is level 3 and above. So looking again at the 2022, this is grade 6. And if you back map it, of course, they were in grade 3 in 2018-19. So you can see that they have not come back to where they were. We talk a lot of times of looking at the previous year and going back to 2018-19, but this is that particular cohort, and we can see they are not back to where they were. I would also point out that in 2022-23, this is a little bit different as well from grades 3 through 5. See how close these numbers are across from 6, 7, and 8? And so what that's really showing is that reading proficiency is not really markedly different if you're looking at grade 6, grade 7, grade 8, and I think that's part of the conversation that is being had this afternoon. So that's important to know that as well. And then the level 4 and above, again, we presented grade 3, not grade 3, excuse me, I'm sorry, level 3 and above, because that is what Reach to Achieve is based on, and that is what our school accountability model is based on, but we do want to share level 4 and above. And one thing to note is comparing level 4 and above to level 3 and above, those level 4 and above percentages are not coming back as quickly as that level 3 and above. And we, of course, students at level 4 and 5, they're high achieving students, they're doing very, very well, but of course we would all want to see them to get back to where they were. So what this tells us is that many of them have slipped down, probably most likely into that level 3, so we want them to come back up into that level 4 and 5. And then the last slide that I believe I have is looking again at those summary reports. Reminder again, those are available at the classroom level, the school level, the district level. This is the state level. This is where we have the most confidence of the data. I would point out that all of these are positive increases. These increases are comparing to last year. And of course, the percent of items correct, or the percent of items that are tagged for that particular domain, the percent of students across the state got correct. And the other thing that is interesting here is if we look at reading for information versus reading for literature. When we look at grades 3 through 5, they were higher in literature. And then you look at reading for information, and you can see, except for grade 7, you don't quite see that same higher in literature that we did for grades 3 and 5. So I apologize for the brevity, but I did not want to walk back through everything. I think this kind of wraps up just in general what we did for 3-5 this morning and what to do for 6-8.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Howard. Any comments or questions? Yes. Superintendent Coates.
The NAEP data, is there a way to be able to look at what the national number looks like if we compare?
Yes, we can get that for you and send that to you, absolutely. And I apologize, Dr. Fitch, you're absolutely correct. I did not give you the information on the difference with the states being above us, the states being below us, and the states being with us. So I will send that to the board so they can share that. I apologize.
Good catch.
I have it in front of me, if you'd like to know what it is.
I know you've referenced that before. I was just interested in what it looked like.
Yep. So let me pull up Lord Carolina. So 2022 was the last test admission for NAEP. And for grade 8 reading, in 2015, 81% of white students were basic. So NAEP defines it by their descriptors are basic, proficient, or advanced. So 81% were at or above basic, 40% at or above proficient, 5% advanced. 54% of black students were at or above basic, 13% at or above proficient, 1% at advanced. Hispanic, 66% at or above, 21% proficient, 1% advanced. And then they also break down by national school lunch, and that's 61% basic, 18% proficient, 1% advanced. And then it hasn't changed since 2015. It's not statistically different between 2019, and 2022.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Howard. Okay, next up, we're going to look into literacy professional development for middle grades teachers. And I think we have some guests.
We're so excited that our partners from Lexia Learning are here. These fine ladies have been working with us throughout our state's letters journey. And we had the pleasure a couple of months ago of learning about their new professional development for middle grades teachers. And they're going to do a really good job of explaining how adolescent literacy is different. The teaching of adolescent or of literacy for middle grade students is different. It requires a different set of skills for our teachers than for our elementary school teachers who are teaching students to learn to read versus reading to learn. And so we are excited to hand it over to y'all. Thank you so much for being here.
You immediately get nervous when there's a podium and you're being recorded, so let's just work through this. Thank you all for having us. Thank you, Superintendent Truitt. My name's Brandy Turner. I am one of the Professional Learning Solutions Support Executives from Lexia Learning. I'm happy to be here with my colleagues Cynthia White and Kathy Toma to help answer any questions that you have. Also happy to be back in the state. So I moved to North Carolina after graduating college in Ohio and taught in several charter schools throughout the state of North Carolina. Moved away for about 7 years and went to West Virginia, where my husband's from, and just recently came back to Waxhaw. So really happy to be back to North Carolina. If you would advance the slide, please. So I think the big question, and thank you, Ms. Howard, for sharing the data that you did previously. I think that data that was just shared with us helps answer this question: why Aspire and why now? So I'm going to go through some of the high-level logistics around the program that we're offering, very similar to the Letters Professional Development that the state is already utilizing. Similar in the fact that it is professional development for our educators, right? This is not a student-facing program. It is also grounded in research behind the science of reading. It takes an approach where educators are given the opportunity to increase their own knowledge and yet put it into practice at the same time. So that's a very important key piece to this that we've heard from teachers that are implementing the Letters course the same way. The other key piece to this is that it really helps our educators see where those gaps are in their own knowledge to be able to fill those gaps that we might have seen per your data previously. There are a few differences, there needs to be differences, right? I think in any professional development, we often hear how middle school teachers are treated sometimes the same way professionally as our elementary teachers, and we wanted to make sure that this professional learning was really in tune with those middle school teachers' needs. Perfect. The key difference, and you'll know from being Letters lovers yourself, is that the Letters program is very intense. It's a 2-year program. The Aspire program is much less than that. It's more flexible. The full course, and we'll get to the structure here in a little bit, but the full course is 40 hours in length and can be done in just 1 year. Another key piece to this is the difference is there's no live professional development training. This is all done asynchronously through the flexibility of the online coursework. So I think we all would agree that reading is the cornerstone to achievement for our students, right? To their learning, to what they're able to take away and build upon on their own. This factor, this percentage, really helps us put that into perspective. 85% of our curriculum is delivered via text. Now think about it differently than when I was in school. Most of that text was in a textbook, right? Or literature. Now our students are learning via apps, where they're also being presented with text. Or they're learning via video, where they're also being presented with text. Or the teacher's writing on the whiteboard, right? There's so much text coming at them that we need to equip them with the ability to quickly be able to decipher that and take the knowledge in to be able to then put it out. The other thing I think I really just want to hit on right now is the elementary teachers are often taught that they need to provide explicit instruction in literacy. Middle school teachers don't always get that same message, and especially our content area teachers, right? They should already know how to learn to read when they come to us. We hear that a lot. Yes, we agree, but it's not always the case. We want to make sure that we're providing those teachers, along with the school leaders, the ability to have those strategies
to explicitly teach language skills to their students, no matter what content they teach, but at the same time without taking away from their own content. I was a 6th grade science teacher. I'll say for just 1 year because it really isn't my gig. Elementary is really my jam, but 1 year I was a 6th grade science teacher, but thankfully I had that elementary background to be able to say, okay, yes, I'm teaching science right now, but little Joey here can't read that text. So what do I need to do for him to make that text accessible so that he can digest this information and prove what he knows and doesn't know? So Superintendent Truitt mentioned this. We know that by about grade 3 to 5, students shift from that learning to read stage to reading to learn. And that's really what Aspire is focusing on. They're focusing on that reading to learn concept. Now, with that in mind, we know there are gaps and that these middle school teachers need to know how to A, identify those gaps, and B, have the strategies to support them. So all along the way, there are also opportunities for them to dig a little deeper if they need to do that. This is always a tricky question that I get. So who's it for? Well, for anyone really that needs to build their knowledge at a different level than how in-depth our letters course goes. But specifically, the course was designed for 4th through 8th grade teachers. Not to say that it wouldn't benefit some high school teachers as well, maybe your special ed teachers or your interventionists. But generally speaking, it's for those classroom teachers, it's for those content area teachers, of course our ELA teachers. And you'll see there's an asterisk around the dyslexia specialists, literacy interventionists, and speech and language pathologists. And I put that asterisk there intentionally to say, yes, it will benefit these specific area specialists, but I would advise for educators who need to support those neediest students more intensely that they also take the letters training. That will give them the foundation they need to go more in depth. But the program is specifically designed so that it's flexible for all of these content area and specialists to be able to get what they need, and it's not the same. So that's another key feature, is that the pathway that each participant takes can be different from one another, not as stringent as the letters course that you've seen previously. So let's look and see how it's structured a little bit more deeply. You'll see here in just a minute, there are 2 components. There's the online coursework that participants go through, and then there's a bridge to application piece. Once they get their login to that online coursework, every participant goes through this introductory video. What that video does, it really allows them to see what's in it for me. Everyone always asks that, right? Why do I need to participate in this? And it kind of level sets the information for them so they can see, okay, I need to be here because of this. After that introductory video, there's a knowledge check, a pre-assessment to see what do they already know before going into this course. And then there are 2 prerequisite courses that really lay the foundation of the science of reading and provides them the tools they need to move forward to see how this is connected to that. After those prerequisite courses, I'll show you in just a minute, there are 3 domains that teachers will have the opportunity to go through, and within those domains, there are several courses. All along the way, there are knowledge checks and bridge to application opportunities. So you'll see what I just said verbally in a different format. This is a little bit easier to see. So at the top of the pyramid, you can see that introductory video. That's required by everyone. And then what is structured literacy and the theories
We have the word recognition domain, language comprehension domain, and reading comprehension and writing domain. And notice those domains specifically follow that simple view of reading. We don't want to leave out that word recognition strand for these middle school teachers. That is still key for them. Now, the structure of this is a little bit different than you'll see in any other program. And we designed this specifically for the flexibility of middle school teachers in mind. Within each domain, that first course, so in the word recognition domain, the fluency, bridge to comprehension, the enhancing academic language, and the factors that contribute to comprehension, those are all required within each domain, kind of like a prerequisite. They have to take that course first before they can move on, but then from there they can pick and choose. And we did that because it's kind of like a flipped classroom style approach, where those 3 courses provide them the information they need to understand what do my learners need to know in this area at the end. What's the end game? What's the final goal for these students? And once they see that, they can say, okay, in fluency, I don't know enough about Greek morphemes. Let me now skip to that course and dig a little bit deeper. But they can see that end game to see A, where their knowledge gaps are, and B, where their students' knowledge gaps might be, in order to select the course to follow. So those other green courses below are the courses that they could, in theory, choose at their own discretion. Now, I will put a caveat to that. We do have some suggested pathways, is what we call them, for content area teachers. So if I'm a science teacher, we can provide a suggested pathway. These are the courses we would suggest a science teacher take along the way if you didn't want them to take the full 40 hours of coursework. The districts or the state level can also choose the pathways for educators as well. You can set a minimum requirement, and then districts could go beyond that, or you can say, I want all science teachers to take this pathway, and that can be designed in the program. So as I mentioned, there are 2 key components, the online coursework and the bridge to application. The bridge to application, very similar to that bridge to practice that you see in the letters coursework, where they're taking that knowledge and implementing it into the classroom. Throughout that online coursework piece, as I mentioned, they're taking these knowledge checks, and those are the key to that certification that they get at the end, whether that be a certificate of completion or a certificate of proficiency. So one thing that is unique about the program is it's the only online course that we know of that provides an adaptive environment where if I take that knowledge check and I don't score 100%, it's immediately going to push me back into the program so to support my learning in just that area, and it's going to bring me back to the knowledge check with a different but similar question so that I can then recheck my learning, right? And depending on how they score there, if they don't get it right the first time, then that takes them from 10 points to 8 points, which then factors into the type of certificate they'll get at the end. So just very quickly, I just want to provide a few different visuals of what does this look like in a science classroom? What does this look like in a middle grade math classroom? So this first example is an example of a 6th grade science. And the challenge there is they're presented with text around chemical reactions. I know you folks in the back can't see it. And so think about the language that you need to know, the vocabulary you need to know around chemical reactions to be able to access this content. Aspire can help this specific 6th grade science teacher know, okay, well, in addition to giving the text, I might need to do some pre-teaching to this group of students by providing them a semantic web graphic of some of the key vocabulary words.
right? And those are tools that can be provided directly in their coursework through Aspire. The next example, I believe, is a 7th grade math problem. And again, it's the language and the vocabulary that some students struggle with these word problems. It's not the math that they need support in. So providing opportunities for that teacher to have resources to teach that explicit vocabulary is key here. And then the last example is in 8th grade social studies, where they're talking about the legislative branch. Again, being able to pull out information. What is the main idea of this text? What are the supporting details around this text? Can all be supported through resources in the program. Just a few other examples for you to have as you dig deeper into the program. I won't go through each one of these. So there are several different ways that users can access the information. A participant license, which would be one that this is someone who's going to go through the coursework to build their own knowledge. They have to go through those prerequisite courses in order to move forward in selecting additional courses. And then there's a leader license. So this might be for your district principal, for folks at the NCDPI, where they can have access to the same content to be able to support those educators and what they're learning, but they don't have to go through the prerequisites in order to access the information. The key difference is they're obviously not going to get a certificate at the end of anything because they're not going through the course as a participant. But that leader license would allow that. Maybe it's a coach in the middle school that supports educators, allow that person to develop and support professional learning communities or things of that nature. And the next screen shows a little bit more in depth about what different course manager roles that we have. And this really gets in the weeds a little bit, depending on what the implementation might look like. You might have folks that can just view data. You might have folks that can be more of a manager type role. So just wanted to point out that there are those flexibilities. Data and recording, we'll just briefly go through the different types of recording that leaders have. And this can be at the state level or at the district level, depending on that course manager access. They would have the ability to quickly see what the completion rate is for each of the courses and each of the, so like visually I see this district A has 5 schools in their district. They can quickly look at the school titles and see the completion rate for that school. There's also, if you go on to the next slide, where they can see specific progress within a domain. So you can see there on the screen that 81% of folks completed the course, and there are, 19% of folks that are either in progress or not started. So quickly you can see what that progress looks like in each of the domains. You can also see final scores within the course. Again, you can pick that by school, you can pick that by district, you can pick that by participant, right? You can drill down as deeply as you'd like to go. But you can see there quickly, we have that same 80% threshold. So if they score between 0 to 80%, or 79%, excuse me, then that's going to be equating to the certificate of completion, and then above 80% would make them a proficient learner. And you can see quickly on here in which domain they're scoring what, so you can see areas of professional need for them. And then lastly, we always like to demonstrate how you can see a report of time spent. Just like any learner, we know the more time you spend with something, the deeper your knowledge is going to be. So if you have someone who spent 10 hours in the course versus 27 hours in the course, clearly there's a difference there. I actually already spoke to the certificates. I got a little ahead of myself, so we're good there. And then just lastly, just to kind of give a recap, I think what we see Aspire doing is it provides a flexible framework for middle school educators to get the knowledge that they likely haven't been provided either in their undergraduate work or professional learning within a system. We provide them that in a way that they can easily access it and they can build community around their learning. It's evidence-based, it aligns with standards, and it gives them that choice and autonomy that they need in order to be successful. That's really it. Does anyone have any final questions?
Dr. Oxenstein.
I have a quick question. I'm really focusing, thank you so much for the overview.
You're welcome.
What really piques my interest is this strand that has writing in it. Paragraph, sentence structure, on and on and on. That makes me happy.
Yes.
But my question is this, the strand across the top, the red bar across the top, the reading, comprehension, and writing. I'm focused on that in particular. Would that 40 hours contain modules of these subsets, for instance? In other words, would the 40 hours have a module on narrative writing?
Very good question. So if when you're looking at this structure, each of the kind of rectangular boxes, other than the knowledge check, they're each one course.
Right.
And they're about 1 hour in length each. So that 40 hours also includes that bridge to application work. So yes, under that reading, reading comprehension and writing domain, you have that narrative text course that can be taken.
Well, that makes me feel good because I was thinking if not, if it's just the teacher selecting from that menu, then something as important as paragraph writing might be omitted. But they touch on that in the reading comprehension writing 40 hours. Good. Thank
Correct.
you.
You're welcome. Now let me clarify. Once they get to a certain point, unless the state or the district says this is a minimum requirement, it would be a choice for them in theory. It just depends on how the implementation is rolled out. So what Lexia requires is for them to complete those prerequisites, and then it's choice from there. But the system can be set up to say, okay, you want every middle school teacher to take that narrative text course. Yes, that can be a requirement for them.
And is this based on some theory, and I believe this to be true, that there is a tight correlation between writing, understanding the structure of language and paragraphs and essays, and comprehension? Is that
Absolutely.
Is that a theoretical base of this?
Yes, absolutely, and especially they took in mind the research around adolescent learners in that area.
Thank you.
Okay, good question. Others? Yes, more.
Very quickly, thank you for this information today. Is this a program that's already in implementation, either statewide or district-wide in other places where we can take a look at how they're experiencing it?
We do not have any statewide implementations at this time. There are some districts across the nation, of course, that are implementing the course. It is fairly new. I will say there are several districts in North Carolina that are implementing. So with their permission, we can certainly allow you to have access to that information. And I think that would be key, right?
I agree, and again, I thank you for the opportunity, as we said, the agenda, I don't know how that works yet, to have this type of information because it is a consistent theme in all the middle schools that have visited over the years that teachers do not have a background in either teaching or supporting reading or filling in those gaps for students who clearly are coming, needing that support. So, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. And keep in mind, I did provide additional, more in-depth information in the folders that you have at your table for you to dig in after.
it seems to me that this would be incredibly beneficial for all of our local teachers to have. And maybe this is a question for Superintendent Schroeder, I'm not sure, but it seems to me there would still have to be, for the kids who come in still very much below grade level, not proficient, there'll still have to be some kind of basic instruction for them in addition to this subject matter support. Am I correct on that?
Would you like to?
Go ahead, and then I'll.
Okay. Yes, no, I absolutely agree. And I think keep in mind that this knowledge is for the teacher to equip their toolbox to support those learners. And that's where I said at the beginning, if you have those students who need more intensive, structured learning around literacy, the folks that are supporting them, your interventionists or your special education teachers, I would advise that they also take the learners course to really dig deep and build that foundation to see those learners are going to be likely below your middle school grade level expectations. So they need the knowledge of that coursework as well.
I would call you saying that. And then what about, once the teachers have completed the course, I think you refer to, there would need to be someone to do that sort of in-classroom coaching that we know is important, even after teachers take letters, is the follow-up to make sure that that it's being and it's been carried over to their classroom practice.
Certainly isn't a requirement by us, but it would be advisable to have someone, whether it be a coach or whether it be a principal or assistant principal, that then would pull that crew together at that school to say, here's how it's working in my classroom, here's some of the data that we see. But yes, that's not a component of the course itself, but I do suggest that if possible, happens.
To piggyback both on Ms. Moore and Mrs. Kamnitz's comments, so when my first question was, why do middle grades teachers need something different than what our elementary school teachers have? And the answer to that question lies in the fact that a lot of kids do compensate for whatever kind of ineffective reading instruction they may have had in elementary school. So not all kids are coming to school unable to read, but their proficiency is not such that they can keep up with the volume of reading they need to do in middle and high school and the complexity of the texts that only continue to increase. And if you look at the complexity of text for, if you use Lexile to measure text complexity, and you look at the Lexile measure of a repair manual, that is actually a higher level of reading required than maybe a 7th grade novel. And so we have a couple of challenges we need to solve for. One is, how do we, as Ms. Moore said, support our middle grades teachers in what to do with, because the data is very clear, it's the majority of students who are not reading proficiency. It's not a minority of students, it's most students. So how do our core teachers support most students who are anywhere from not proficient to struggling readers? But then we also are hearing from middle grades EC teachers and interventionists who are saying, can we have letters training? Because we're working with students in a pull-out situation where they do not know how to decode, words. So we can solve for both of those challenges, but it will mean needing at least one educator in a middle grades building having had letters training.
Other thoughts, questions?
I just have a comment.
Hang on.
I'm going back to the beginning of your presentation. I think something that caught my ear was the asynchronous context rather than face-to-face. Well, you were saying that you have no state data, but that's such a different learning dynamic when it's asynchronous versus that in-person approach. I just sometimes question, and I don't know why, because I teach asynchronous courses, but still.
Well, no, I don't disagree. I absolutely don't disagree with you. I've taken both on the student side of things. I was just sharing how I did my master's work virtually, and you're in essence teaching yourself, right? When you're going through those courses, you have to be your own cheerleader to get through the knowledge and to really take time with that knowledge, right? And I think that's the piece where we provide that report, the time spent. You can see which educators really took the time and really delve into that knowledge and those who didn't. And not that for those who might be fast learners that it didn't work for them, but I think if I were a district leader implementing something such as this, I would be sure to say, even if you don't have a coach or a principal, let's make time for our teachers to come together and collaborate on this work.
Absolutely.
So that they're not feeling like they're doing it alone. But the reason why we did not design the course with that live training, A, it increases the time needed, right? Because then you have to add on that time factor as well. And B, it's not as flexible. It's not as flexible for those middle school teachers to be able to say, you know, I want to just take this course, but my colleague is taking this one too, right? And maybe that's a component that eventually we add, but at this time we didn't see that it fit the structure that we're going for.
The life of a middle grades teacher in high school is very different.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I see that Mr. Hall has his hand raised. Mr. Hall? We can't quite hear you. Anyone else?
I'm sorry, I hit the hand, by mistake.
I do it all the time.
No problem. I look forward to hearing from you next time. All right. Ms. Candace.
One more thought. When we did the letters training, it was obviously, it had to be done very quickly. And there were some districts who saw it coming and did sowing some seeds, I think was the way the women's put it. But on this work, if we are going to go in this direction, I think we need to be mindful fairly quickly of the necessity to start sowing seeds and making the ground fertile for these kinds of changes for our middle school.
Absolutely.
I was just going to say ditto. It is another thing, and I think that there are lots of important things that need to be on teachers' plates, but if we are not always careful about how we give them additional things to do without examining what they're already doing and what can be removed, and that kind of messaging doesn't come just from the state level, it has to come from the state, the superintendent, from the district leadership, principals, all the way down to the teacher leaders in the school, because it is another thing, albeit something that I've heard a lot about in my business schools.
Thank you for that reminder. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you so much for this presentation. Enjoyed learning from you. Next up, in our last meeting, we received a report on an evaluation report on the CARES model, and today we're going to revisit that item. And we have with us from the Education Policy Initiative at Carolina, better known as EPIC, Dr. Julie Marks, the Director of Evaluation. Thank you, Dr. Marks. As she comes forward, following her remarks, we'll have an opportunity to learn from one district's journey along the CARES model. Welcome back, Dr. Marks.
Do I hold this?
Speak right into it.
How's it? Hello again, everyone. Yes, so for all of you that were there last month, I got the opportunity to present some early findings on the CARES evaluation. I'm running this, which is great. Let me just make sure I'm going the right way. Is there a... Oh, you got it. Okay, that even works better. Thank you. All right, so why am I back? Well, I think I
we're seeing what we're seeing, good, bad, or indifferent. And so what I wanted to do today, which I thought was a perfect, intro to the wonderful person we'll get to hear from next, is just, we took all of our data and we asked the question, what did we hear most frequently about the things that make a difference? There's tons of coaching, and one of the key hallmarks being it's very tailored. So there's a lot of little nuances, but there are certain things we kind of heard across the board, so that when you all are making decisions around where to focus resources, how to support coaches, hopefully this is useful in hearing about some of those, we're calling them coaching levers or change levers. So also wanted to emphasize, I don't know if I made this point last time, but this is a 2-year evaluation, so this is really our early impacts. Ultimate impacts, we always do 2 years, ideally 3 if we have that much funding, but this is really sort of an early impact look into the project. I think here, I just wanted to, you do a presentation and then you think, I should have said this or should have said that, so I just wanted to make sure that I stressed here, there's lots of good news, but I think also when you all are thinking about where to focus resources, I did want to make sure I highlighted it was those middle grades that you really didn't see the changes as large as you did in the state. So that's just something that I'm going to decide on a policy maker, that we need to keep in mind, that people need to keep in mind. And I think that that's something that we'll definitely follow up on. Also, just a note on the data. 2 months ago, the accountability data was presented. That's public for all the states and districts. And so that's the data that we're able to use to turn around this presentation. We will be able to do more student level data next time we come to you next time. So I want to make sure that's clear too. All right, and then the school performance grades. If you all recall, 90% of them are still B's or F's. Jenny pointed me to a great presentation from Dr. Marr to the legislature just a couple months ago. That was, you all haven't read it, highly recommend it. Really interesting to see the way North Carolina compares with other states. The number of DNF schools we have would make you think we're performing much worse, but then when you actually look at our performance, that's not the case. Just really kind of making this case that seeing the movement in DNF schools is going to be a big feat. So that is why we're kind of able to go in and look at some of the more school performance grade scores, and that's some of the progress that we reported. Another thing, because we did do state level analysis last time, I did want to break it down a little bit and look at the region. So the CARES model has 6 district level models, and they fall within these different regions. So we went in, dug a little bit deeper, and looked at the ways in which the CARES schools compared to the regions that they're in. And so we saw that, of the 6 regions, not surprisingly, reflective of the state, none of them have recovered to the pre-pandemic level. However, 2 of the CARES districts did see that movement. And you also saw, these are all grade level proficient outcomes. You also saw, all increases from in the CARES districts compared to pre-pandemic levels, which I know is not the ultimate benchmark, but that's still where we're looking at. Probably will be for another couple of years. Promise I'm getting into the stories part. This is the stories. All right. So it's not stories. It's data. Okay. So the coaching levers. Just a quick reminder that one of the unique things about the model is multi-level district curriculum coaches, district leadership coaches, school level coaches, instructional coaches, and part of it was this idea of the ways in which they coordinated to impact different change levers when it comes to school improvement. So I'm going to go through some of these fairly quickly, hopefully giving you some time to look at it. Also, one of the things that we wanted to do is we coded the qualitative data and we saw instructional leadership. And then we dove in and we said, what does that actually mean? What behaviors are they changing? So one of the biggest ones was they got me in the classroom. I hadn't been in my teacher's classroom for months or maybe ever because I was a new principal. And so one of the things the coaches did, they had them in the hall, they were spending time in the had principals in the hall, spending time in classrooms. And then, if you all recall, one of the pieces or a connection to CARES is the North Carolina Instructional Leadership Academy, NCELA. And we looked at some of that data too, and everybody just is so grateful. It gave them language, it gave them a template for feedback. So they said, I was able to eventually make it my own, but just being able to go in, having what we learned from NCELA, give them feedback, come back, follow up. They said it was really rewarding. The teachers knew what to expect because they actually gave them the template ahead of time, and then they're able to gauge change on the specific things they're giving them feedback on. I think this speaks to, so when you think about the things about the CARES model that are potentially unique from Race the Top or North Carolina Transformation that I evaluated, one of the things that I've heard is that just that, like this, I think I mentioned last time, the street cred of the coaches, that they've been superintendents, they've been principals, they've turned schools around. And we really heard about that where it took a little bit of time to develop trust, but once they did, you know, they were the CARES coaches were the ones coming in and saying, yeah, that's great, but like, this actually can be improved, this actually doesn't align. And there was an openness to that the educators reported that they hadn't really experienced before. Also this idea of, you know, in the past they said they've had coaching DBIN or even otherwise at the district, they've been so worried about, you know, the punitive aspects of observation that they wouldn't even try something new, or they knew they could do something better, but they worried it would, you know, wouldn't come across right the first time. So really having that openness to experiment with new ways to instruct, they wanted to express was meaningful. And we all know data-driven instruction is the big one. One of the things that just thought was really encouraging is that the way they talked about it the most was identifying gaps. And so they said, you know, we obviously know what our school performance scores are. We kind of know overall. We've had no way of knowing what the disparities are along the lines of race, along the lines of, you know, economic, I don't know what it's called now. It's no longer poverty levels, but different socio-demographic ranges that they're able to now look and really drill down and try to help address some of the big gaps in some of these schools. I think that's it, other than I was pleased everybody was happy to learn about data. Culture is one thing I wanted to make sure that came out because we heard a little bit of a contradictory message here, which was so many folks saying culture is so essential. We're not going to have school improvement until we change the culture. And then we heard we have so many things to concentrate on, we can't concentrate on culture. And so this was an example where that kind of came to head a little bit, where even the, you know, the work that they were putting into instructional improvement was eroding their culture a bit. So in this case, the CARES coach did stop, take a time out, and said we're really going to focus on culture now. And this is an example, and then, you know, kind of went back to instruction, and this is an example where it really paid off. And so again, you know, thinking about the academic outcomes and middle grades, thinking about coaching focal areas, I think culture was the one that came up the most consistently as important, but yet not fully addressed. So I wanted to raise that. And then I think, I don't know if I had the visual last time, it might have been Dr. Warren, but part of the theory of action of CARES is that, you know, you have the comprehensive needs assessment, you have school improvement planning, and the CARES coaches really are in the middle, and they are helping. I've gone to CNA unpacking and kind of seen that switch where schools are like, CNAs are so invasive and they're scary, and then they go to unpackings, they're like, oh, they're so helpful. And so, you know, moving from that to actually, well, what do we need and how do we move that into school improvement planning, changing the way we do things. So a lot of the things we heard was appreciation for the CARES coaching, helping to build that capacity at the district level, and then also help to implement at the school level. And this is, I just had thrown a few numbers. So we did do a survey of principals. I didn't do one of those crazy scales of mostly someone I did. Is it helping? Is it helping a little? Is it helping a lot? So, you know, over 3/4 said that the CARES coaching was greatly impacting their school improvement goals. 2/3 said it was greatly impacting their CNA goals. Taken together, almost 100% said, you know, somewhat or greatly impacting their goals. And those are real policy relevant goals. And as you all know, the school improvement planning goals are tied to NC STAR. So there's like these evidence-based practices, which is nice, so we could actually go into NC STAR and see where have they moved the needle, what practices have changed. So that's another way that we'll be able to report back more evaluation findings next time. So not surprisingly, we heard the biggest, we kind of ended with, is there anything else you'd like to share? And they being superintendents, principals, teachers, just said, give us more time, we're seeing change, we feel like things come in, they work, and then they take them away, or they don't work right away, we don't have a chance to really give it, you know, time to sink in. So I think we heard, I know we heard about consistency, an appreciation for it, a need for consistency, and just a real appreciation for the quality of the coaches and the movement that they've been seeing so far. So the next time I come back, I will have some more impact and specific student level outcome data and lots more qualitative data. see if you want to ask me any questions, but the person next has much more interesting things to say probably. So any questions at this time?
Dr. Marks, thank you for that second report, and we look forward to your next one. Could you go to the last slide, please? I think that one, there you go. Another year.
Yeah.
That's what resonates with me. That we've done this good work in the past, and as soon as we take it away, we need to continue it. So thank you for highlighting that. Vice Chair Dunn.
That actually sort of dovetails with the question I have, which is, we're a policy-making body. Based on the study that you've done, quantitative and qualitative analysis, would you recommend that the board consider as a policy decision that we ask that the CARES program be continued with recurring funds and expanded in terms of the number of schools and districts that are regions?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So as a reminder, I fell in this evaluating your state supports of the performing school under Race to the Top. So I've done that. I evaluated under a 5-year IES grant on curriculum and transformation. This is my 3rd round, I think 13th year looking at this. So I just want to give that context that this is not in a, coming from my perspective of an academic journal. This is my perspective of being across the state, talking to the teachers, talking to superintendents, seeing numbers that are trending in the right direction. I think it would be a real disservice to not have these schools have this type of support. And so I wouldn't, I don't know how the policy-making body works year to year, but we do know from the literature, 3 to 5 years is when you really see sustainable transformation. There's lots of studies around that. So I absolutely would hope that the legislature would give the opportunity to see that and continue to evaluate it, right? I mean, there's no point in doing it if we're not coming back and seeing if the numbers are changing.
Other comments? Superintendent.
As a former turnaround coach, it is absolutely worth highlighting that having positive qualitative data is no easy feat for turnaround coaching. It's very difficult to get buy-in, and it is absolutely clear that the folks who've been participating in this have not only appreciated the coaching supports that they've received, but they also can point to numerous specific things that are making a difference from that. But I want to caution the board that this is very early. It is not student level data. We don't have any correlative or causal data to suggest that this specifically is leading to schools getting off of the low performing list. And so we need to continue to evaluate what's happening. We need to spend time and resources and energy learning more about what is working, and we absolutely have to start looking at the student level data.
Other comments? Okay.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Dr. Marks. Look forward to your next report. Appreciate your partnership. Let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 2:10. we're back in session, and you definitely want to be in your seats for this one. Okay, I'm going to turn the program over to our General Counsel, Ms. Allison Schaefer. Ms. Schaefer.
Good afternoon, everyone. So nice to see you. I have the privilege of getting to introduce Dr. Rosa Atkins, who is the current superintendent for the Northampton County Schools and School Board, and her many board members who are here, their chair, Lucy Edwards, and other of the board members. Anyway, so I welcome you here and thank you for being here. As you may know, the state board partnered with the local Northampton County Board and in getting Dr. Atkins to come in and assume the superintendency, and she is working with DPI, with the state board, to help get the Northampton County schools up. Dr. Atkins has a storied history as the superintendent in Charlottesville, Virginia, where she did amazing things with the school district there, and she continues to do amazing things to help raise the school district up here. So we are so thrilled to have her. And as in my former life, I did superintendent searches, and I met Rosa in that capacity. And she, I've been trying to get her here ever since. So now I'm really proud that she's here, and she's done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Allison is a dear friend, and it's a pleasure to be here with her. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Superintendent Truitt, Board of Education members, and Chairman Davis. Thank you for this invitation to present to you One School District's journey. I'm going to present to you today a story of transformation, resilience, and unwavering dedication. The presentation will encapsulate the trials, challenges, and triumphs of our school district. It will talk to you about the pursuit of excellence in education. The chronology of our journey is not just about the district, but about the countless individuals, teachers, staff, community, regional support team, CARES team, staff members, who have come together with a shared vision and unyielding commitment to make a difference in the Northampton County community. This presentation will highlight some of the pivotal moments, the strategic decisions, and the inspiring collaboration that have shaped our journey. We will briefly reflect on lessons learned, the lessons that we have embraced, the aspirations that continue to drive us forward in this quest for excellence. So let's get started by recognizing the Northampton County Board of Education. Next. So I'd like to introduce to you our board members. We have with us here in the audience, Mrs. Lucy Edwards, Board Chair, Mrs. Edwards. Ms. Teresa Cade, our Board Vice Chair. Ms. Barbara Stevenson, Board Member. Dr. Marjorie Edwards, Board Member. We also have Mr. Tony Burnett, Ms. Rhonda Taylor, who is our immediate past chair, and Mr. Clinton Williams. So these are the dedicated individuals who have selflessly invested their time, energy, and expertise to help ensure the success and well-being of our students. Now I want to talk to you about two additional teams that have been a part of our journey. Under the direction of Dr. Catherine Stickney, the regional support team has been a valuable member of Team Northampton. RST has been on the ground providing valued support, direction, and expertise as the district has, over a number of years, navigated the winds, the torrents, and the shifts in teaching and learning, talent development, culture, and leadership, all resulting in student achievement data going in the wrong direction. We also have another team, the CARES team, led by Dr. Cynthia Martin, who assembled an expert team of coaches with a keen purpose of commitment to investing in the professional growth, of people like Northampton County. They recognize that the collective success of the school district hinges on the growth and development, not just of the district as a whole, but only through the individual members growing and thriving. Next. Northampton County, let me tell you a little bit about who we are. We're located in eastern rural North Carolina, and we cover about 550 geographical miles. The distance between the farthest eastern point and the western point is about 60 miles. We are governed by a 5-member Board of Commissioners with an appointed county manager. The Northampton School District has 5 schools: Central Elementary, PK through 3, Conway Middle, grades 4 through 8, Gaston STEM Leadership Academy, grades PK through 8, Northampton Early College, grades 9 through 12, and Northampton High School, grades 9 through 12. Next. So when we think about how our district looks, when we think about a puzzle, a healthy, thriving school district has all of the parts connected. It changes the lives of students. Through the partnership with Northampton County Schools and the Department of Public Education, Public Instruction, we in Northampton County have taken a journey to change lives. Next. Our journey, as any other journey, is a journey of conquest. And there have been pivotal moments of reckoning when we have acknowledged the acute challenges that were before us and made a conscious decision to confront the unique set of hurdles which were present in Northampton County, that we may pave the way for a brighter future for students and the community. The district, along with the RST team, started the journey with a shared vision and a resolve to confront the challenges head on, recognizing that true transformation could only occur through a candid acknowledgement of our shortcomings and a willingness to address them. Northampton County took the brave step to do that, one that required us to set aside preconceived notions and embrace a spirit of openness. So the challenge started prior to 2021, when Northampton County schools were identified as low performance school district, not just the district, but each of the schools. The Northeast Regional Support Team came alongside Northampton to provide guidance, to provide support. However, the offer of support from the regional team, although laden with expertise and resources, hung in the air. The district had a steadfast belief in their ability to navigate the challenges independently. The decision was not made lightly. It was born from, and rightfully so, a deep-seated commitment by the district for self-reliance and to a desire to chart their own course. But as the months passed, with the presence of the regional support team, the district, fueled by that sense of autonomy, faced hurdles that they had not anticipated. The challenges which once seemed surmountable by the district grew, and they became more complex and demanding. Although RST was there ready to help, the need to be self-reliant persisted. The resources, staff, leadership, students, and community all began to feel the weight and the strain of this need to move forward, but the burden that we could not do it alone. Although dedicated and passionate, everyone found themselves stretched to the limit. Professional development opportunities were limited, and that bright vision that we had when we entered into the partnership with RST started to wane, and it failed to get the traction that was needed. As the challenges mounted, a sobering realization in Northampton unfolded. The decision to decline that external support, once seen as an affirmation of autonomy, now bore the weight of unanticipated consequences. So we still had low-performing schools. We were still a low-performing school district, and there were many factors internally impeding the progress of the district. So January 2021, everyone through June 2021, everyone realized that those factors that were impeding progress needed to be addressed. So through a courageous act by the Northampton County School Board, the Northampton County School Board and the North Carolina Board of Education entered into an MOU for a CARES team to assist the school district. The CARES team came, provided, offered support with district level coaching, with district curriculum coaching, and with school level coaching, all proven to be beneficial supports for a struggling school. However, during that time, the need for autonomy persisted. Although the CARES team brought love, RST was still there with care and support. Each of us, somewhere deep inside, holds on to the belief that we can do it independently. So we started to realize there needed to be more intensive support. We realized that we had to define the problem more clearly and lay out a strategy to intervene. So we recognized the problem, that the persistently low-performing schools and school district continued, that consistent financial audit weaknesses continued to occur. But what was causing all of this? We had to identify what were some of the causes. We realized that in our quest to make things better, we actually had a disconnect of local operations with state requirements. That our policies, procedures, and systemic structures were not aligned. And that the urgency and the reluctance to seek that assistance was weighing heavily in the school district. As laudable as it is to have independence, it was carrying a heavy weight in Northampton County. So now a third level of support. We needed to recognize that although there was a strong desire to move forward, that a different type of support was needed. So again, our courageous Northampton County School Board stepped forward and said, our interest is in the betterment of our community and our students, the students that we love and we serve. So with that strong desire, internally and from external stakeholders to bring about change, there was the governance structure. North Carolina had the authority to enter into an agreement with Northampton County to affect the governance structure. So therefore, through an MOU and an agreement, the State Board of Education appointed an interim superintendent with the support of the local Northampton County School Board. Once we'd done that, we knew we now have to move into the discovery stage. What do we do next? So December 2021 through October 2022, interim superintendent entered Dr. Dale Burns. Dr. Burns was welcomed with open arms. He hit the ground running. He determined from the onset that there was great desire in Northampton County schools to make a difference, that there was the need to make a difference, and that the staff and the board were positioned to make great gains through a supportive, collaborative effort. Dr. Burns started immediately addressing some of the most obvious areas of concern. Our audit, the organizational structure of Northampton County, putting in place the supports through the CARES team that would help to advance the initiatives that were underway in the school district and new initiatives that needed to be started immediately. Dr. Burns also supported the Northampton County School Board in the closure of one of the elementary schools and immediately set out a very logical implementation plan for the transition of the students from Willis Hare Elementary School to the other schools. Dr. Burns, during his short tenure, took on major initiatives in order to set the stage for further growth. In October 2022 to today, I was appointed by the State Board as the superintendent, the interim superintendent for Northampton County Schools. So when I entered, I began where Dr. Burns passed off to me. It was a pleasure to talk with him, to learn from him, to recognize the work that was already underway. So we started now continuing that discovery phase. We collected data in 3 categories. One was stakeholder input, the next was looking at achievement data, accountability data, and the third was looking at all of the audits. So the stakeholder input for me started first with Dr. Burns. State Board of Education had input, our local Northampton County Board had input, parents, all of our elected officials, principals, and district leadership. Next. Along the audit, we looked at the audits, we looked at accountability, and from all of that we realized that there was quite a bit that needed to be done. So next we laid out the plan. How do we go about bringing about change? We've gathered the information, we've gone into the discovery, now what is the plan? First, the governance structure. The North Carolina State Board of Education, the local State Board of Education, and the interim superintendent. The structure also includes monthly meetings with the State Board of Education, along with monthly meetings that happen at the local level. Once a month, I meet with the CARES team, representatives from the CARES team and the State Board of Education, and once a month I have local State Board meetings. During those monthly meetings with the State Board, we review personnel information and updates from the district. As we went through the discovery phase, we realized that there were 6 areas that needed to be affected through the CARES team and the work in the district. Operations, governance, instructional excellence, culture, finance, and human capital. Let me talk to you, oh, that's right, you can go to the next one. Keep going to the next one. Back it up 1 bit for me, thank you. So as we looked in to discover what are the areas that we needed to affect, would you go back 1 more for me? This one, yes, governance. As we looked at our governance structure, it was important for us on the ground to develop a strong working relationship with our local board while understanding that we're reporting directly to the state board. So developing those relationships with board members, with commissioners became a priority, not only for me, but for my staff. There had to be a model in place that said that the relationship between the local board and the superintendent was strong, thriving, and growing. In the operations area, we started to uncover what was happening in transportation, human resources, what was happening in our facilities area, and where were the needs in those areas. We quickly identified transportation, and those areas of need, and our CARES team stood beside us as we analyzed those data, and CARES team brought to bear from DPI an expert from transportation that came alongside us to advise, to counsel, to coach our supervisor in transportation. The same thing happened with facilities. DPI sent a team that did an audit of our facilities, laid the groundwork for us to develop a 5-year capital outlay plan, which helped to set the direction of improvements, strategies, interventions that needed to happen with facilities in the school district. In the operations area also, in human resources, we realized very quickly with the support of the CARES team that in human resources that we were working from a legacy system, a very old legacy system that used spreadsheets, uses charts, and was not adequately connected to finance. So operations led us to finance. In looking at finance, our CARES team sent in and worked with us to put in place contracted services because we did not have a chief financial officer in the school district. We put in place a contracted services team that came in to provide the support that we needed in finance to actually look at the audits, look at the areas of weakness that have been noted over the years in the financial audit, and lay out a plan for us, a plan that included having professional development with procedures, practices, policies, and procedures for procurement, for the use of federal dollars, for the allocation of those dollars. We have moved from a legacy system in our financial area with the support of the CARES team to a new system, the LINK system. It has challenges, but not as many challenges as we were facing prior to moving to the new system. In our instructional excellence, that's really where the rubber hit the road with our CARES team. We started to brainstorm and analyze all of the areas of instruction, what the culture looked like in our schools, what the data was telling us about student performance. We analyzed all of those areas and set out a plan, the relay plan that we implemented in our school district, recognizing that in order to bring about change in the academics, we had to bring about culture, change in the culture in each of our classrooms, in each of our schools. So a very systematic plan was put in place to address culture in the schools and in the classrooms, how we interacted with teachers. As we continue to look at instructional excellence and what needed to happen, one day we were having a conversation about when you go in the classroom and relay helps the process helps our teachers and principals know what to do when they're going in the classroom to conduct an observation. So we had a discussion about when you go in to conduct an observation, what do you say that you're looking for? How do you know what you're looking for when you go into the schools? Into the classrooms. And we sort of hung there on that question. Well, we're looking for instruction. We're looking for what the instruction looks like in the classroom. We're looking for how the teacher is teaching. So then we started to ask, well, how do you know what the teacher should be teaching? Sometimes the teacher might be teaching very well and not teaching what is necessary. As we continue to dig and probe, the big aha with the CARES team was we had a gaping hole in our school district that was contributing to our lack of movement with student achievement. We did not have a written curriculum. When we discovered that gaping hole, It was an aha moment for all of us. It sounds simple when you hear it, but it is absolutely profound in its impact in a school district. Without curricular guides in our school district, we could not move forward academically. So with the CARES team, with our local team, last summer, we set out, starting last fall and into the summer, to write curricular guides for our entire school district, to give our teachers and our principals that foundational piece of information that helps to guide them in what they should teach, and when they go into the classroom, what they're looking for. The alignment of the standards from DPI, the written curriculum in your school district, and the assessed and taught curriculum. Without that solid alignment in your school district, achievement on a large scale will not happen with your students. So it was through the efforts of the CARES team in all of these areas of focus, with very intentional alignment, very intentional development of the staff, and the development of resources and systems and processes for not only development, but implementation of all of those resources to bring to bear on teaching and learning in our classrooms. After putting those pieces in place, we knew that we'd gone through all of the parts. We'd recognized the challenge. We did a discovery to help clearly define that challenge. We articulated, we wrote a plan for how to implement strategies to address that challenge. Now let me tell you about some of those results, those early results. Now, be clear, we still have a long way to go. But for us, for Northampton County, we are celebrating the milestones that we have reached and the progress that we have made. In 2023, we saw a renewed increase in student enrollment. We went from 1225 to 1240. That's huge when you notice that the trend was going down. Next, then when we looked at student data, we started to see improvement in student performance data. I've intentionally left the red areas and highlighted the green because there was a time you would not have seen green. So those green areas of improvement stick out as a beacon for us. In 2023, the growth performance of our students has been commendable. Next, we dug a little deeper and we looked at not only last year's data, the 22-23 data, but we looked at the percent of change in our growth from 2017 to 2023. Northampton County had 19% growth during that time frame. Now, that's huge, and it's even larger when we start thinking about how it benchmarks across North Carolina. We also had 90% of our teachers meet or exceed growth. We had every school in Northampton County meet or exceed growth. And for the first time in over 10 years, Northampton County does not have an F score. We do not have an F score. I could spend all day here talking about what our accomplishments are. But what I'd like to do is let you hear from our school board chair, She has a brief statement that she wants to share with you about Northampton County. It's Lucy Edwards.
Good afternoon. Superintendent Truitt, State Board of Education. I just want to say, on behalf of the Northampton County School Board, we are one proud board to be a part of this journey. We wanted to say thank you to all of you who played a part in helping us to meet the accomplishments that we have met. To our illustrious superintendent, Dr. Rosa Atkins, who worked so diligently with us, who hit the ground running, who changed the culture in Northampton County Schools. She designed a courageous team, a team that says we are better together. They have worked diligently with the schools, with the principals, and with the teachers. Also, we have a supportive team in our district, a visionary team, a team who works day and night to continue to make these accomplishments that we've made. Just want to say again, thank you for having us. You haven't seen nothing yet.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. So I could go on and on about our accomplishments. Let me share one more accomplishment. It's not a data point, but it's an important movement forward. And it would not have happened without the DPI, the RST, and the CARES team support. The next slide shows you the design plans, the next one. Keep going. That's it? All right, I'll tell you about it. I have a beautiful picture here on my side that shows the design for a new high school. Prior to me coming into Northampton County, the county received a $50 million grant to build a new high school. And for whatever reason, it had not moved forward. We've moved that forward. Our commissioners have purchased the land for us. They purchased the land, and now we're so proud to say that we're in the design stage of building that brand new high school. And it has put energy into the Northampton County community and in our schools. And it adds to the vision of excellence that we have for our students and for our community. So that's just a little bit about our journey. And now I'll pause and see if I can answer any questions for you. Thank you again for having me.
Questions or comments?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
If I could make one comment, on behalf of the board, it has been an extraordinary pleasure to work with you and to work with the board members who are here and the ones who could not make it today, and with your staff. It's a great example of what collaboration can do, but the work that you're doing is tremendous, and we're all very grateful to you, and the children in Northampton County are as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to sort of chime in what Vice Chair said. Listen to you and others, it just gives you chills, really, because we all know the history of the struggles that y'all have suffered, and now you're doing it as a unit, and the high school thing, I know that's going to be great, because it makes people feel better. Not people when you sit sometimes, you feel so good. So the high school will do a lot to add to the momentum. Again, I say thank you, and may God bless all of you in your endeavors.
Thank you.
So I do have a question for you. If you had to point to one thing that you did to change the culture of Northampton County schools, what would you say it was?
Superintendent Truitt, that's so hard to narrow it all down to one thing. I think there are multiple factors that influence any forward movement. But I think relationships. It's all about developing relationships, respect, relationships, and a vision for the future. That's what's important in Northampton County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, thoughts, questions? Well, Dr. Atkins and the Board of Northampton County, I know one presentation can't do justice to the incredibly hard work that it takes to produce these results, and the hard work that still lies ahead. And I can hardly imagine how hard it is inside the personal changes necessary. But each one of you are champions. You've done that hard work. You've made those changes, worked as a team, all for the benefit of our children. There's no more inspirational thing that can be done. And so we just are grateful to be on this journey with you. We know we haven't seen anything yet, and we're excited about what's going to happen next. And we're all in for you and your students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I try not to talk too much, all the board members say, but I guess as I listen to all of you, Mr. Chair, it seems like the things that, I know every district is different, but some of the things you've done that cause the improvement, all of you, it seems like we can sort of get some of those ideas and maybe other schools that, that are going through some same problems can learn things from your models and hopefully better their district, because what y'all doing is really like something that I think should be on the bestsellers book or whatever. But again, I think others can learn from one. And how you describe it, like people trust people. What you talked about is not only about acting, but not about money. It's about a relationship, and that's free. A relationship where people trust you. A relationship where people believe in you. A relationship where people will follow you, and you have exemplified all that. And that's what I mean by others can learn from just simple, being kind, being courteous, and being polite, and like you got characteristics on board. And and I'm on the local school board in my district. And sometimes it's very hard to do to get the county school board on the same level with the Board of Education. So again, I commend you on that. So again, thank you.
Thank you. And I think one of the other things that's important about the work that we're doing is the ready access to support, the day-by-day access to support. We have a team in Northampton County that I can turn to at any given moment, each day, during those 10-hour days, and say, can you find for me, can you help me with, can you show me or contact someone at DPI that can help us with this or strategize with us? That kind of day-to-day elbow support is invaluable. When you're attempting to build capacity in your school district, you can't build capacity without some capacity. And that elbow support gives you expertise and capacity that you can't build on your own. You can only build it with that level of support.
Great wisdom there. Yes.
Dr. Atkins, congratulations to your board. I do think it's important to note, as I was listening to your presentation, that you didn't speak about a great deal of turnover. And as a classroom teacher, I want to give props to your teachers, because we do what we know how to do. And when we know better, we do better. And I think it's really critical that we understand that the growth that we see in your school are from the same students who have been performing at lower levels. And the same teachers, when they were supported, when they were guided, when they received resources, those teachers created these outcomes. And that's what happens when you pour into your human capital every day across our state. Again, when we're looking at how we're judging and valuing our schools and the teachers within those schools, the teachers that created that growth were the same ones that have for many years been told they are failing kids. And they show up every day to do better by their kids. And I also want to say a huge thanks to Dr. Martin for finessing that relationship, to respect the boots that were on the ground, the people that were showing up in these schools when they were not receiving praise and honor, and valuing the commitment of those people and walking alongside them to develop their excellence further so that we could get to these outcomes. But I definitely want to give a praise to all of the teachers within your district that I know have been doing the work for a very long time without the resources and guidance they needed. So praise to you, but also to them, because the capital didn't change. It was just nurtured. And I think that's important for us to recognize when we're evaluating other schools in a similar situation.
Thank you for making an excellent point. Excellent point. And thank you to Dr. Wilkins, Juanisha Wilkins, for all the support that she has provided to our school. She's that elbow partner with me day in and day out. And thank you to Mr. Clint Williams, one of our additional board members who has joined us.
Goldtrain.
Thank you, Dr. Atkins. I hate to follow Ms. Jones. That was brilliant. But kudos and ditto to what she said. And congratulations to you and the board for the great work that you're doing. You had mentioned early on that you guys have made great progress, but there's still a ways to go. What other supports, resources, capacity do you feel like you need to keep the job going moving forward?
So I could write out a whole list for you, but when we start thinking about models for making progress, if you feel like you're starting to get your arms around a model that's giving you some results, you have this deep desire to continue to build upon that model. You don't want to have to go back and start all over again. So what we need is to continue to build upon those successes that we have and those structures that we have put in place and those supports that we have in order to continue to impact those teachers that are in the classroom, to bring out the best in them and those precious children that we serve each and every day.
Other comments? Well, thank you again so much, and let's take another 10-minute break so we can celebrate more with our Northampton County partners. We'll break for 10 minutes. instruction in grades K through 8 to ensure that all students are ready for Math 1. And then some other elements. And to kick off that item is Dr. Michael Marr, Deputy State Superintendent, Division of Standards, Accountability, and Research. Dr. Marr. Yes.
Good afternoon. So first off, thank you, Chair Davis and Reverend Truitt, for letting us come today and talk a little bit about our approach to mathematics. So I did want to start just quickly by saying there's been this kind of theme emerging over the last couple of days. The one is about some of the incredible successes you continue to hear that's happening in Northampton, what we heard about Bertie. We've had this focus on literacy. And at the same time, we've heard this kind of companion vision and support for evidence-based decision-making. Investments with the board and the superintendent are investing in research. We talked a little bit about our research network that we're putting in place. We talked about using teacher working conditions survey in perhaps a different way than we've used it in the past. So with this kind of idea of building on prior success, building on research and evidence, and then investment in a vision. And so, a lot of the literacy work you've heard about today has all been about vision, right? The superintendent and the board lay out what is it we want to do for schools, for students, and then we push through, we provide resources. And now we feel like it's time to take that next step with mathematics. And so today I want to talk a little bit about the approach we want to take in the near future, and then a little bit of the extended future, into how we expect to approach mathematics to improve math instruction for all kids. So a little bit about our current context. So, Charles, Dr. Aiken and I are having this conversation about math, and you would never, people don't ever say, well, I'm not a reader, right? But if I said to you, how many of you are math people? And the number of people who would raise their hand would probably be a third of you. And for some reason, we've made that okay, right? It's okay, math is hard, it's okay, right? When am I going to use math? And so, it's time, we believe, to have this kind of culture shift around mathematics. It's no longer acceptable to be able to say, I'm not a math person. And honestly, I am as guilty as anyone else. My undergraduate degree is in biology, and my wife's undergraduate degree is in chemistry. And you know the difference between biology majors and chemistry majors? Biology majors don't like math. So as guilty as anybody. It's not acceptable to say I'm not good at math, and we want to really change that perception. The way in which we approach math goes back to 1894. And if I asked you to name a famous mathematician, who's the first mathematician you would say? Who'd you say?
I said Einstein.
Einstein is one. The other one you'll hear a lot is Newton, right? And that goes to this idea of calculus. There's a really interesting book that has just recently come out called The Secret Lives of Numbers. And it talks about the history of math, and the unknown history of math, and the fact that, that Newton and Leibniz kind of co-discovered calculus, but rather the work, the fundamental principles of calculus actually happened thousands of years earlier in India. And no one recognizes that, we don't know that. And algebra goes back to the Middle East, right? And the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. And so we have framed all of our mathematics around Einstein and Newton and this whole kind of approach around calculus. And so it's time to make this fundamental shift. I want to talk a little bit about math trends. And so recent math data, what you see here is sort of a mixed bag, right? Progress, maybe not, up and down. We have a pandemic year in there that kind of drops. We presented some data around learning recovery that shows some great recovery in mathematics. So we need to build on what we're starting to see now. Some of that recovery is likely the transition from virtual learning back to in-person learning. We see a bump there. So this is our recent math kind of college career. I don't think anyone would suggest that we're knocking it out of the park, right? And again, so 8th grade and high school, similar story. And so you'll see some of our trends here. These are percent level 4 and above. Again, not where we expect students to be and not what we want to see, right? So we'll move forward even more. and then nationally. So NAEP data, a big story came out about NAEP, and you know this whole idea that we've lost generations of learning or knowledge or whatever has been lost on the NAEP exam. And what I would say, you know, in looking at our NAEP data, sure, we saw some progress over time, and we're flat, right? It's flat, and that's 4th grade mathematics. The story here really is about gaps, and I think you saw that in the reading data as well. What we're trying to do, what we need to do, is think about how we are addressing gaps for kids in our state and focusing on that as well. And then finally, 8th grade mathematics, similar trends, flat. And I think a lot of what we expect to see going forward is going to be focused on what you heard just 20 minutes ago, this idea of quality instructional material, this idea of having good support for math teachers, a focus or a vision on an approach to teaching math. We don't actually have any of these things right now. And so, you know, having this kind of vision to move forward with mathematics now is the step in the right direction. And we can do a lot of things at once. I think we've demonstrated that now. And so that's where we want to begin to transition. So with this context of, you know, it's not good enough, and it's time for us now to kind of coalesce around a particular vision, we are developing or working on developing a comprehensive math reform package. And so the idea is, and we will actually bring this to you again probably shortly after the new year, but in essence, Dr. Aiken and the math team have been working really hard, right? Based on some direction that we've given them, the superintendent and I have worked through. And so the idea is we want to focus on this idea of having an early math screener in elementary, similar to what we're doing in literacy. We need policies for guidelines on best instructional practices for teachers and thinking about a standards-aligned math curriculum. Part of our challenge in our state is the lack of certified math teachers. So not having folks who have pedagogical knowledge, it's one thing to understand math and to know it yourself, it's another thing to be able to teach somebody else math. Right? And so we need good supports for not only teachers who have been prepared, but for those who are in preparation programs as residency licensed teachers. We need a system of supports for math teachers to include some math professional development and coaching. We've seen this work for literacy. It's time to think about it for math now. And then finally, some policies around comprehensive math intervention, right? So how do we ensure that we are providing the kinds of support for children moving forward? Okay. And so what I'm going to do now is transition. So this is where we're going, right? Understanding we need a screener, we need materials that are aligned to Stanford Course of Study. We want to make sure we have math coaching, and then we want to make sure that parents are informed of where their children are in kind of their math development. So in much the same way that we have taken literacy, we want to model some math, but understanding that math is a different subject. You can't just take, Excellent Public Schools Act and throw math in there wherever it says literacy, and then all of a sudden you got a policy. It doesn't work like that, right? They're different subjects. So we need a very specific math focus, which is what we're working on. So that's the kind of short session strategy. At the same time, we're going to talk a little bit about what has been happening for the last year in math, in addition to where we intend to go over the next 2 to 3 years. Okay, so with that, Dr. Aiken will take over.
Thank you, Dr. Marr. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Davis, Superintendent Truitt. So one of the things that we've really been thinking about, and it goes back to that issue of calculus. So that's at least 150 to almost a 200-year-old approach to mathematics. And that's not North Carolina, that's the entire country. And we began having some conversations because our kids ask us great questions. And if you've been in a classroom as a teacher, you had a student ask you, why do I need to learn this? And in mathematics, we typically center around a couple answers. You need it for next year. You'll need it to graduate. You'll need it to get into college. Your job is going to require it. All true, but to a student, that's something that's hard to grapple onto. And we really have not had ways to tell a student, here is that immediate, tangible reason you need to learn this. So we started having some conversations about, well, what is the math that every student needs to know, but then subsequently, what's the math that every student wants to know? And obviously underneath that, there are a host of other questions. How do we do that? What would be the concept? How do we tie that to other things that we're doing? Looking at the portrait of a graduate and the skills that are as relevant in a math class as they are in any other class. And we kind of began having some conversations about where could we go. In the meantime, as we came back from the pandemic, we were taking a look at what are the requests that we're getting from the field? What are the things that we're hearing our school leaders, our teachers need? And a lot of it centered on what are the current standards. What is it that we need to know? As Dr. Moore mentioned, with the turnovers in our teachers, and we're getting teachers who know math, but they may not know the standards that are being required to be taught. And those are two different things. So we spent a lot of time kind of analyzing that. And one of the other ones we really looked at was this issue of rigor. We know that we need to increase the rigor of math. How can we do that without leaving our teachers and our students behind overnight? And we really started thinking about looking at fluency, looking at the conceptual piece of it. And then the one that we really have kind of latched onto is this issue of application. We want to get away from math being a study of math, but also a math as an applied opportunity for students. And that was where we began to see some gaps in how we approach math instruction. The other thing to kind of keep in mind as this is all going on is that we are actually getting ready to start the math review process. We are scheduled to begin reviewing our math standards next summer, and that'll be that year one process. So we began thinking like we need to start doing some research. How do we start pulling some information together? We have these great questions. We know we need better answers, and we have this future impending review of our standards. And we know that hopefully in about 2 years we'll be coming to the board with a request to take a look at revising and where might that go. And we wanted to make sure we were better informed about what could we do with this opportunity that we know is coming before us. So, just so happened that we got a call from the UNC system in August of 22. And they had been doing their own work, very similar questions that we're asking ourselves. They had been asking it inside the system. What math did their students need to know? How was that tied to degree programs? And did it make sense? And they had been doing work with the Math Pathways Task Force inside the UNC system. One of their own recommendations was, we probably need to start talking to K-12. So they happened to give us a call and they said, we've been doing some work. We realized there was a big stakeholder missing and we really want to partner with you to answer some of these questions. And we said, that's amazing. These are the same questions we're asking ourselves and we know we want to do some better work. So they happened to mention something called the Launch Years Project, which is actually 20 plus states. It's been going on for about a year prior to us coming on board, with states across the country asking these same questions. What can we do about how we approach math? We don't want to take away the incentive for students who do appreciate and want that calculus idea, but what about all the students for whom that's not working? And so we got a chance to kind of partner not only with the UNC system, but with the community college system, and begin doing some of this work with other states. And we have a task force that we've had going for about a year, and it includes representation from across all three partnering institutions. Just within the department, we have academic standards involved, we have people from CTE involved, we have people from testing and accountability involved, we actually have the state PTA has a representative on it. And we just started kind of taking a look at, well, what is it we want to accomplish, how can we get there, and what maybe would be some recommendations coming forward. So these are just some of the things that we're starting to kind of grapple with. We know we've got to have a better answer to that student when they ask, why do I need to learn this math? We wanted to make sure that we need to improve our outcomes. We know we've got to have higher proficiency rates, as Dr. Marsh said. While the last 2 years have shown improvement since the pandemic, they're by no means where we need to go. If our goal is all students by being ready for Math 1, then we need all students ready for Math 2 and Math 3. We also know that we've got to figure out a way to better align our standards and the way that we're instructing, whether that includes curriculum, with what is the end game, what's instruction overlaps with what's expected in other classrooms. Again, trying to emphasize that we want to get away from math being an isolated content studying itself, but not being applied to other content areas. And of course, we happen to have this research opportunity with the Math Standard Review coming up. So we've been working for a year. This is our second year. Right now, we have a task force that's out. They've done some research. They're beginning to kind of pull together some high-level recommendations that they hope that they could bring each of the leadership groups for the various institutions that are partnering with it. Our goal would be by July or August to kind of come with some recommendations of things like what kind of math pathways and sequences could we have in addition to their calculus? What about things like data analytics, statistics, probability? Not lowering expectations and not saying that math isn't important the way it is, but can we embed the math in different kinds of situations? Do we have students for whom they want calculus by the time they leave? Absolutely. That pathway has to continue. But what about students for whom that's not what they want? They're interested in something else. Can we embed the math in a different kind of way? So, and the opportunity again is just so crucial. We happen to be getting ready to start that review process. So we hope to be able to bring that to the board, to our leadership, not only for DPI, but also for the UNC system, just to kind of guide the work going forward. So we're very excited about this as it paints that picture of, as we think about K-8 being ready for Math 1, now we can launch them into, especially at the high school point, different career pathways, sequences for math that are not just math by itself, but math in an applied sense. So I think that's it.
Just to add one other piece, that's in addition to the launch year's work that's going on, we also have two other opportunities that we've been engaged in. So the first is a couple months ago, Dr. Aiken and I partnered with some other folks to write an EIR grant out of the U.S. Department of Education, which is the potential to have 5 years, $15 million to do early math work with teachers. It's Teacher PD. If we get it funded, we're hoping to hear in January. It's a very strong proposal. I feel pretty good about it. If we get it, it'll be the kind of second big USED grant that we've had the opportunity to get in the last 2 years. So we'll be excited about that in January. So we're going to be working kind of on that front, kind of doing some experimental work around what does it look like to put good, high-quality PD platform, put it all in place for teachers. And it's a randomized controlled trial, right? And it's a gold standard study that we're looking at doing over the next couple of years. So in addition to that work, we're also invited. NC State College of Education received an award from NSF to convene early math researchers from across the country. And so next month, we will be a partner in that work, and that's going to look at what are the instructional practices that need to exist inside of colleges of education around preparing K2 math teachers. And so we will also work with that to help inform our early math standards as we get into the process. So as we kind of alluded to earlier, kind of a lot of irons in the fire. It's all kind of a little bit all over the place. We'll be bringing it all together over the next year to 2 years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing this information with all of us. I think that we're going to start seeing a national push in our country to have this exact same conversation. This conversation is going to be happening at state board tables all over the country. Algebra 1 is the gateway course, the gold standard for post-secondary success. And this idea that, well, first of all, most kids are not proficient in Math 1, or Algebra 1 as other places might call it. But we know that is the gateway to post-secondary success. And with the number of jobs that are available now and coming down the pike in AI, machine learning, computer science, Algebra 1 is going to be a gateway to those career fields. We're really excited to be starting starting this conversation with the board. There are definitely some short session tasks I hope you heard in there. Our teachers need data in elementary school for math, just like they do for reading. And so that screener needs to be a priority in the short session. And as the themes, one of the themes that we've been hearing yesterday and today is equipping teachers with data and the tools to be able to be better at their craft. And because, as Kim said, when you know better, you do better. And so it's no different with math than it is with literacy. We have to make sure that our teachers have the tools they need to be to get rid of the math phobia that we see even in our elementary math teachers. Teachers are not able to pass the math praxis in very large amounts. So we need to revisit that. Is it necessary? Why aren't teachers passing that exam? And is it necessary for them to pass that exam in order to teach elementary math? So there's lots of questions and lots of conversations that we need to be having about this topic, and we cannot wait to begin this journey with you all.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this math topic? Dr. Oxenine.
I do have a question. Have we ever collected any data? We talk about pipelines here and there, but do we have any sense of what the math teacher pipeline is like in North Carolina? Because it's our K-6, the barrier to licensure for K-6 is mathematics.
Well, so I would have to defer that to Dr. Tomlin. However, based on my own experience, right, working, I spent 12 years at NC State in the college of education. And so among what I know, at least to be true when I was there, math instruction in elementary is not uniform throughout the state of North Carolina in EPVs. So at NC State, it was heavily focused on math. It's a STEM elementary program. It's one of the only STEM elementary programs in the country. That's not the case everywhere. So, it would appear that we prioritize other subjects. We have teachers who come in who are math phobic, and we don't really push hard on math instruction. I think there's an ongoing debate about compartmentalization, departmentalization. Should we have math specialists in elementary schools? So I think that's part of the issue. I think there's also clearly a pipeline challenge. In the middle and secondary, we certainly saw, again, just based on my own experience at State, they are the producer, had been the largest producer of math teachers. And I think, the last year I was there was something like 40 or 50 math teachers coming out there, and that was about half of what the whole state was producing. So we are, in traditional undergraduate, there is a pipeline problem, which I think also harkens back to, there are a lot of opportunities for people with math degrees. And so what often will happen is you can graduate with a degree in math education and make $40,000, whatever it might be, as a beginning teacher, or you can go over and work in RTP and make $60,000 or $70,000. And so there's a problem with degrees and salaries, and so that's part of the challenge. One of the ways we fill the pipeline is really through alt-cert programs. And so I think that's the case where we get really good second career professionals who come in to teach mathematics. They know mathematics, they don't necessarily know how to teach kids. And so part of the process is, what can we do to support these new folks that are coming in, helping them with pedagogical practice? As Dr. Aiken said, helping them understand the alignment between the math content and math standards. So I think that's part of our approach, but we can certainly follow with Dr. Farman on the actual pipeline numbers.
And then one final point, I don't think I need the mic. Has to do with,
thank you, maybe I do need the mic. I'll use it. Has to do with, I guess it was in 2014, 15, there was a raging debate on integrated mathematics in the secondary level. Wonder if we've done, in other, even down in the lower grades, like parents were saying, we can't even help our kids with math anymore, we don't understand it, it's too obscure and scary. But I wonder, have we done any analysis on the impact of the integrated math? I wonder if that's feeding into or a problem. I don't know.
Question.
I'm going to take a little personal aside to this part. I think I've shared this with some people before. So my children who are now in college were in elementary school when Common Core came through. And I am convinced that it's my generation who ruined Common Core in North Carolina because of that exact thing. Like, I can't help my kids with math, I just want them to learn the tricks. And my response to that was always, I know how to calculate the slope of a line, right? Y equals mx plus b. If you ask me why, I have no idea why that works. I have no idea. Because I learned the algorithm, I have no conceptual understanding of why that works at all. And I would argue that it's in fact better if I had known the conceptual understanding, I would be able to apply it later on. So that's kind of the way that, however, I think as you see what we're kind of focusing on now is this idea of we need to incorporate kind of procedural knowledge in addition to conceptual knowledge, in addition to application. That it's, in fact, all of these things that leads to fluency in mathematics. And so I don't know if the question is really about should we be in Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, Trigonometry versus Math 1, Math 2, Math 3? Or is the question really about how we kind of integrate math is separate from how we think about how we teach math? And I think that's really where we want to go, is let's not get into the debate of what we call it, but let's rather think about what the actual instructional practice looks like. Dr. Ingram, do you add to that?
Yeah, I think that's why we kind of specifically put that one slide up, that, you know, like everything else in education, we tend to swing from extremes. And there is a national debate going on about what is the combination. And I think what we're finding within North Carolina, at least in our teachers, is we don't want to get into one or the other. It's both, especially in K-8. That there is a role for that procedural. That was how most of us, though, were taught. A lot of us, I'm told, that it was that one. We didn't get the conceptual. I tell all the time, I give credit to, I wish I knew the person's name, but I went to a training as an assistant principal for EC Math, and that was the first person who ever told me, why do you carry the one? I didn't know. I just knew I was told to, so I did it. I didn't understand base 10. I was in my mid-20s when I first understood it. On the other hand, we also know that you can't just talk conceptual. It's a student, just like with reading, if you don't have a fluency to be able to do it, you can't free the brain up to do something else, so we need that. And then the piece that I think we're most excited about that we know we're missing, especially as Superintendent Truitt said, great, once we get them ready for Math 1, but then what? Okay, let's say that they're 100% proficient in North Carolina for Math 1, the question still becomes, what do you do next? And unlike really almost any other content, math is the one that we haven't really grappled with on what do you do with it besides study it. And we have kids for whom that is exactly what they need, and they do great at it. Now, be personal, I have my two boys, hopefully they're not listening because they freak out. I have one that is the calculus pathway kid. He sees math. My other one is much more like me. I like math, but I need to know what I can do with it. And that adding the application, I think especially we're talking 9-12, but really it's K-12, but when we think about 9-12, the conversation is about data analytics and the needs that we're hearing in the workforce, that the old thing, if I can Google it, I don't need you. What I need is the student who can analyze that information in a different way. Large-scale data analytics, large-scale statistics and probability, the computer science and the coding and understanding how that works, that's what we're hearing they need. And for some students, going on and doing your 4 years and a master's and a doctorate of math and going to NASA maybe work. For other students, though, it's not. And we have, and we anecdotal, but we hear from students who say, why do I need to learn this? And so then what happens is you turn it off. If you can't tell me why I need it, whether I'm capable of studying it or not becomes irrelevant. I turn it off. And I think we do have a lot of students for whom we might have potential great math students, but we can't tell them why, so they shift to something else. So yeah, I think it's that three-prong. And we've been hitting one or two, but we've never hit all three. And our goal is to try to hit all three.
Ms. Jones.
I just wanted to say thank you, Michael, because something stood out when you started the conversation that I hope continues in this work. And that was when you asked us about the context of our understanding of mathematics and how you immediately shifted that in a way that was more diverse and inclusive and culturally responsive. And as a humanities teacher and as an equity advocate, I hope that that mindset, which is going to be a significant shift from how we've oriented math and who are the originators of math, that has an impact on students when they come into the classroom. When we name mathematicians and there's no one who looks like me, or all great ideas began in Europe or they came from men, there are pervasive cultural ideas we have around mathematics that if we don't include a concept or an appearance or a priority around diversity and inclusion in our pedagogical choices. The standards are the standards, but the pedagogical choices of how we present this information, how we orient this information from K, changes how students perceive themselves and their belonging in that classroom. I say that as a woman, and like concepts around women in mathematics, I say that as a woman of color, and the presence and the, the mention of mathematicians of color, but I very much appreciate that. And for me, it spoke really highly to your understanding of where we are, and I just hope that that mindset guides this work, because it was intentional, and it was a way that immediately brought me into the conversation as an educator and as a person of color. I immediately went, this is a conversation for all of us, and you saw that. And I think that when we're working on those pedagogical choices, not the standards, because the standards are facts, but how we teach those facts, I hope that that mindset guides the work that your team does moving forward, because I think it's imperative.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the intentionality is that math is for all.
Yes.
Math is for everyone. It's not just for certain kids. It's not just for kids going to college. And we continue to have persistent problems, in particular with young women, young girls, and math and mindsets around math. So we have a lot of work to do.
Mr. Mercer.
Thank you. It is obvious. I'm a math teacher from East Carolina, and it's always amazing to me, you hit the nail on the head. I would have people say, I'm really good at math. It's just the fractions and word problems I can't do. Well, to me, if you draw a parallel between reading and math, the computation part is like the alphabet. You learn the alphabet so you can learn words. And the computation is more like reading. Reading can carry you anywhere. Once you learn to read, you can learn about investigating. Computations are the same way. And let me bore you, and I'll make it brief. It'll be just a temporary thing, I hope. I taught 7th grade math back in the, I don't want to say, it was early 70s. I had 35 in each group. I had 6 groups. Out of 10 groups, I had grouped my ability. The top 2, the bottom 4. Top 2, I actually was teaching pre-algebra in 7th grade. The bottom 4 didn't come to me not knowing their multiplication facts. I did this for 4 years. So I had 16 groups of the lower students. I helped them learn to have confidence that they could by teaching their multiplication facts. They did not know the multiplication facts. They had a pop quiz every day until everybody got them. It became important to them. They all learned them. And afterwards I told them, you didn't think you could do this because you had been told it was difficult. Now I'm going to help you learn more. Those students from the California Achievement Test at the time, I averaged right at 2 years progress with all the students, all 16 groups. And I credit it to, I helped them have confidence that they could. Now, since I tried to figure how do they get to the 7th grade not knowing multiplication facts. And certainly they could do it because they did. And I believe it's part of what our superintendent has said. is a little better training. I had an advantage. I was a math major teaching 7th grade kids that were struggling. They could come to me and say, I think I can do it, but I don't do it that way. I said, show me the way you do it. And if it was a sound way, I'd say, okay, you can do it that way. It takes an extra step or 2 extra steps, but it works. So do it. I mean, you can do your computations. I also had 2 young ladies in the same group that were struggling with addition, carrying, and one. They just could not grasp it. So, couldn't hold everybody back. So I continued on, called them to my desk. One day, one of them said, I got it. I can do it. Gave her several problems. She did it perfectly. So I called the second one up. I said, tell her how you think about it. She said, simple. 19 plus 4. 9 and 4 is 13. 13 is too big to go down here. So you write down the 3 and you tote, not carry, you tote the one back over here. She said, well, I can do that. And she had it. So I tried and couldn't teach the girl, but other students did because the language they were thinking. But I've dedicated a lot of time to teaching that, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. But now I know it's a lot more challenging because of all the methods. The elementary teachers, because of their difficulty, is leaning so heavily on the book. If you do it exactly duplicating the book, or you're doing it wrong, they're doing it in a way they don't understand is what they're doing. And how you fix that, I don't know. But I have quite an affection for math, and I've heard it. I was challenged one time to learn this decimal equivalent of pi. I learned it in 35 places. To this day, I remember about a dozen of them, but that's just an affection that children don't need to know. Took college before I knew what pi was. I mean, I knew the number, but I didn't know what it meant. And fractions are difficult because they aren't defined simple enough. There's 2 numbers. What do you do? They have to learn that although the bottom number, the denominator, is a description, and it's not an amount, per se. The top number's amount. Those things that took me a long time to learn, and I don't know how many children learned from me on those things. I've dedicated quite a bit of time, and you're touching on something that's dear to me, and I appreciate it. And it's a challenge, I can tell you from my own experience. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Bledsoe.
So I think it's very timely and much appreciated. We know that fluency math talks discussions do increase that rigor. I think it goes back to the same work we are doing with letters. You have to remember that elementary school teachers are not content experts. They are general practitioners who are expected to be experts in every content. That is something that we do not ask of any other educators, K-12. So it is important that we do give them their framework, and so now we've given them that for literacy. We are creating better readers. When we do this, I believe you take away that fear factor that I will say, I'm a math person too, so some of my fear came in teaching reading. And so we are giving that capacity back to our teachers, and I just feel like it's going to have such great gains like literacy does, because our teachers, they see the need for the vertical articulation to get better at math, but they don't have the framework yet to consistently do that across districts across the state. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think you're right on, particularly the investments that teachers have made in improving their own practice in literacy, I think is one of those stepping stones for us now as we make this next transition. We know it's a lot of work. Teachers, they've done a lot. Letters is a lot, right? It's a lot. But we now have kind of a benchmark, and we can say, look, we know that the end result will be there if we invest our time and energy.
Any other comments? Ms. Cannon. I've heard, just like everyone, in fact, I said myself, when am I ever going to use this calculus? And I was trained as an engineer. And so we always ask, when are we ever going to need the Canterbury Tales again? Last time I used the Canterbury Tales was in 12th grade English. Honestly, I really don't get it. I mean, we use those things because it helps us think. And when I was 17 years old, that didn't mean much. It means a heck of a lot now. So, thank you for taking on this challenge. We need it. We're 100% behind it. Can't move fast enough. Let's keep going. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Look forward to bringing you updates as we develop it.
Terrific. Okay, team, that brings us to the close of our agenda. We just have one more thing to do, and that's a participatory opportunity. And that is to reflect on what we've heard, said, thought about over the last 2 days. And just by way of reminder, yesterday we started off with a review of the terrific updates to our teacher working conditions survey and the expansion of that to principals and the shortening of it, so it's better experience for our teachers, but also more informative for us. The recovery practitioners network, we learned about that, as well as updates to our dashboard and how we'll have a better use of data. And then, of course, today we heard some terrific examples of the progress we're making in K-3 literacy and the inspiration and fuels to expand that to grades 4, 5, and middle grades, and the use of DIBELS to move us in that direction. And then here most recently, the work on math and the need we have there. And I'd say the overall theme, at least for me, is that when we have a statewide commitment to something we need and want to improve, and we all get behind it, we accomplish it. So let's pick those next things. Let's all put our hands in the huddle and move forward together. So by way of reflection, that's mine. Who would like to build on that or offer some other personal reflection on what they heard or experienced today?
Hello everybody, I am Leah Carper, and I just wanted to say I love pie too, cold or warm. Second of all, I wanted to say something that I noticed. I think you're welcome, I'll be here for another hour or so. Something that I noticed a lot is that if you equip our teachers with what they need, I noticed that with Northampton, when our teachers have what they need, great things can happen. When our teachers are left alone, when they're, need to figure it out for themselves, that's when we struggle. And it's amazing how with our literacy and with what we're about to do in math, that's exciting. The things that we're doing and the things that this beautiful district has completed in these past couple of years, when you've given the teachers the tools they need, we can help our kids be successful. And so all I keep hearing in my head all day, today and yesterday, is how can we continue to give our teachers what they need? What do they need? Are we asking them what they need? And then how do we get those things into their hands? Because your teachers want to do great things for their kids. They just need the materials to do it.
Hear, hear. Other thoughts, comments? Ms. Candace.
I don't know that I should even have the nerve to say this, but one thing that has sort of popped out through the last couple of days is how often we bump up against the problem of curriculum and that being a local decision as opposed to us being able to be more aligned across the state. Maybe I may be wrong about that. That's sort of a sacred cow in North Carolina, I think. But should we be thinking about the role we ought to have in guiding the use of curricula across the state? I don't know. Other things, I'll go back to sowing seeds because I think with the math work, we have to do the same thing there and have teachers and principals and educators across the state mentally prepared that we are doing this work and it is coming and it's going to be a change for them.
degree norms candidates, I did notice in the Bertie County presentation, their elements of their strategic plan, slightly different words, but very much consistent.
And I think some districts have aligned to some degree with our strategic plan, but that makes the dashboard even more valuable if they just know about it. I'm not sure that anybody is really aware that it's out there. I don't know. Some districts may be, but.
Agreed. I think it also shows that in developing our strategic plan, we listen to the districts, because it's based on what they need. Dr. Green.
So I left yesterday with the comment at our table about we were inundated with data and we look at these dashboards and how do we put this to action? And if I had just waited 24 hours and a little more patient, I heard a lot of it today. So today we heard stories of districts that are putting data to action, who are making decisions and are going forward and have seen success, and they may not be exactly where they want to be, but they're on a trail to success in kids learning. And they've taken those numbers that we're constantly inundated with and said, we've used them, and we can go forward. That's what we need more of right now for schools. We need examples of people that are taking this wealth of information that was laid at our feet and saying, no, this is an example of something that works. And I think literacy has given us that pathway and that design to do exactly what we want to do in math. We've got now a design, we've got some people I know across the state who will go after that math concept and run with it and be exemplars for the rest of us to do the same. So yes, today was about action, yesterday was about numbers. So this is exactly what I think we wanted to hear.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Green. And I would add, and just build on that, there's so many good things happening out there. In fact, the good things outweigh the not good. So much. And we've heard a lot of that, a few of those good things today. And it's easier to build on our successes. Gives us momentum. So let's move forward together. Yes. Other thoughts?
I have a thought, and it is about this. We have an incredibly smart staff at DPI, and I'm so reminded of it at meetings, well, each meeting, each monthly meeting, but especially in meetings such as this, because we do go deeply into topics such as literacy, such as DIBELS today, and also mathematics and testing and assessment. And I just have to stay somewhat in awe because the staff is bright and they are dedicated. And at each meeting I attend, I learn just a little bit more than I did the meeting before. So aren't we lucky to have a Department of Public Instruction that is able to bring together in that building on North Wilmington or South Wilmington or wherever, we know where it's located, under that same roof and collaborating as they often do, I'm sure, or sometimes in their own world, working hard. We're just very, very fortunate to have that bestowed upon public education in North Carolina. The second thing is I heard writing mentioned twice, maybe 3 times today, and Dr. Howard and I, we talked just briefly in passing in this room about, we need to do something else deeper, more deeply with writing in our curriculum. A couple of districts mentioned that they were requiring writing assessments at the local level. Wouldn't it be terrific if 115 caught on to that idea? I just think that when a child goes through a K-12 system, in North Carolina or South Carolina, wherever, Virginia, that child has to be exposed to good instruction in writing. So I would like for us to keep talking about writing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Vice Chair Dr.
Dr. Oxendine has brought up the memory. I agree with Dr. Oxendine that writing is important. Those students who are going to go on to college will find out that they will start constructive grading and review of those papers to be helpful to the students who need to learn how to write. Thank you. Other comments? Not sure who your point is. Mr. Mercer?
Wondering if the
Oh, if those in the roundtables have comments. You're welcome.
I do have.
Oh, Ms. Mercer.
And believe it or not, I can be brief. The writing to me was helped me to retain things that I knew. If I had to take the time and the effort and the thought to write it, I would remember it, and much better. I retain so much more. Like the idea we've all heard or told something, you remember a little bit, and if you say it, you remember it, and so forth. But if you ever have to teach it or explain it, then you will remember it so much better and so much longer. And to me, writing something down is kind of like explaining it to yourself.
Great point. Any comments from the roundtables? Okay. All right, well, great. This has been a terrific day. Appreciate everyone's participation and contributions, but most importantly, those who did the hard work of preparing for this meeting, Superintendent, you and your staff, and our guests who joined us. Move quickly and efficiently. We've got a lot of important work to do tomorrow. Our next planning and work session is tentatively scheduled for April 30th in another region of the state with a partner such as ECU. So if you have ideas on that activity, please share them with myself and Ruben. Put that plan together. This time I ask for a motion to go into closed session, and I'll note for the audience that when we complete closed session, we will immediately return to open and then adjourn, so there'll be no more activity with the board today, but we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Vice Chair Dunn.
I move that we go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11, A1, 3, and 6, and to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to North Carolina General Statute Sections 115C-319 and 321, 132-6.1C et sec, and 143B-1350E. To consider the qualifications, competence, performance, or condition of appointment of public officers or employees or prospective public officers or employees, and to consult with our attorneys in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the public body, including a discussion of the following pending cases: Phillips versus NCDPI, Henderson versus North Carolina State Board of Education and NCDPI, Messick versus North Carolina State Board of Education.
Motion by Vice Chair Duncan. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Oxendine. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Fafario will call the roll and capture the vote.
Dr. Oxendine?
Yes.
Ms. Campbell?
Yes.
Mr. Keenan?
Yes.
Mr. Hall? Dr. Tipton Rogers? Dr. Tipton Rogers? Mr. Blackburn?
Yes.
State Treasurer Falwell? Treasurer Falwell? Lieutenant Governor Robinson? Lieutenant Governor Robinson? Vice Chair Duncan?
Yes.
Chair Davis?
Yes. Motion carries. We're going to closed session at 4:15. If you're not involved in closed session, if I could ask you to leave the room, please. Appreciate it. See you in the morning.